both as full-blown syndrome also, but very
This
often
meeting
people
is
with
being
diabetes,
recorded
people with
and
a whole lot of
summarized.
medical problems, health problems, have depressive symptoms, may not be to a disorder. And the third block, if you remember, is essentially about what all of us can benefit from. Every living being, every human. Promotion of psychological well-being and positive mental health, right? Now, just keep those three levels of mental service needs in mind. The top one is a very high-tech professional job, psychiatrists, qualified clinical psychologists, they do that. The second one, a whole lot of interested people like counselors, wellness coaches that all you all know, student volunteers, lawyers, PL, is we can do that. And the third one, of course, is everybody's business. All of us should be involved in promoting mental health for each other, right? Let's first understand. You just make sure, yeah, somebody's. Um, First of all, we need to understand the two major groups that most people in this society, including the highest levels of judiciary, with all respect, and knowledgeable people, tend to mix up. Mental illnesses or mental disorders are essentially things that happen at a certain point of time in life, till 18 or 20 or 16 or 27 or 35. One was well, and then the behavior changes, something in the mind changes. These are essentially like physical illnesses, diseases, illnesses of the mind and the brain chemistry, right? Here, treatment is possible eminently. Almost all 100% of mental illnesses can be treated. Please be sure, not cured, but treated. Now, this happens in hospitals by psychiatrists, by clinics, right? And this is covered by the Mental Health Act of 1987 as well as Mental Health Care Act of 2017. On the other hand, there is this common, fairly common other situation where some persons, unfortunately, are a bit impaired in intellectual endowment. How much intellectual capacity does one's brain have? Generally, at birth or from birth time, there can be issues of intellectual limitation. Right now, that is what used to be called as mental retardation. It's now called intellectual impairment or disability. Right? Mental retardation was found to be very negatively loaded. Here, one must understand treatment is not possible. You can't reverse the condition. If somebody has an intellectual limitation of 75% or 50%, that will remain. But what can be done is a whole lot of maximizing of whatever intellectual capacity the person has in terms of basic brain development. Right? Now, this, excuse me, please, for a minute. Sorry about that. Now, that essentially does not fall within the health department of medical services. Because there is no treatment possible and there is no disease, it's essentially like many other disabilities, locomotive, visual, hearing, and other disabilities. It's more of the Department of Social Welfare or Ministry of Social Justice. MHA 1987 and 2017 does not cover that. Within the within the major groups of mental illnesses, and this is very crucial that you realize, because this is going to have implications in what we talk about legal rights and human rights violations. There's something called what used to be called as psychosis, now called severe mental disorders, where the person doesn't know something is wrong with him, has, of course, no idea that he or she can benefit from help. I'm in my own fantasy world, right? This occurs almost universally at the rate of 1 to 2% in the population. Please understand, because these psychosis, major mental disorders, are caused by predominantly genes, only some role of the family situation, psychology, social circumstances. The rate does not vary. Europe, America, Timbuktu, India, Africa, wherever. It also does not vary between urban and rural areas. So west and east, urban, rural, this remains the same, right? Less affected by culture and circumstances. On the other hand, the neuroses, common mental disorders, they're called CMD because they are more common, right? 8 to 10% in our country, and I'll come to that in a minute. The cause is minimally genetic. There is some susceptibility, but there's a whole lot of role of psychological factors. Childhood circumstances, broken families, if there was childhood trauma, if there have been too many stresses, a whole lot of family circumstances, including economics, poverty. So here, the rate varies hugely between different countries, cultures, urban, rural areas, and things of that nature. In India, please remember that's about 8 to 10%. Now, here, of course, the person, as you will easily understand, knows that something is wrong. I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling depressed, I'm feeling anxious, I'm repeatedly washing my hands, I'm afraid of lifts. You know? So here there isn't much of a problem of going for help. And I want to flag this here, please understand for next discussion too. For the psychosis, there can be a huge potential for human rights violation. And historically, there has been. People who have no sense of themselves tend to get violated. People with neurosis, which is a much larger majority, I mean, if you or I have depression and I go to a doctor, if somebody is misbehaving with us, I'll object. And I say, sorry, this is not okay. Right? So human rights violations is a much less or almost a zero possibility problem in neurosis. They figure only in severe mental disorders. Please remember that is a very important issue. And of course, just to complete the list, what are the other problems that we include in mental health? Psychiatry, mental health, alcohol drug abuse problems, personality disorders, adjustment emotional problems, old age, dementias, epilepsy, childhood problems. Now, there is a whole lot of while there is, as you will come to, while there is a lot of positive emphasis on mental health by now, there is also one danger, and that is sensationalism. Leading magazine, and I won't name here, but a leading magazine for 50 years, a big TV channel, some years ago ran a cover story. India is the most depressed country in the world. Now, is it? No, clearly not. Why? Because if you go by numbers, how many people need depression treatment, then obviously we are number one because we are world number one in population by now. Till recently, we were number two. But as you'll all appreciate, we need to go by percentage. What percentage of people have a problem, right? And I'll come to that now straight. Most importantly, global figures are about 25%. Okay, if you look at the world figures, 1 in 4 people may have a diagnosable mental health problem. Okay, now of course I have a slide that I will use today, I think, but half in joke and seriously, what I say is look at three friends, and even virtually you can do that or do that in your own friend circle. Look at three people around you, your three friends or three family members, and if they seem normal, then you should know. But that aside, in India, fortunately, and this is one important lesson I would like all of us to remember, please. India is still very lucky as compared to the rest of the world to have lower psychiatric disorder. Only 10 to 12%, about half of the world's population. So remember what we said in neurosis and 8 to 10%. The trouble is the second figure. Out of these 10 people out of 100 who can benefit from treatment, only about two reach any treatment. 8 people do not reach anywhere. 80% treatment gap, which is a huge issue, right? Of course, USA, the developed society that it is, has nearly 50% the mental health issues. Okay, this was begun to be known in 1990 and 1919. By the year 2000, definitely that depression is emerging as a major public health problem, not just clinical in hospitals. And predictions were made that by 2020 it will be the top ranking one of first or second problem. By 2018 and by 2020, it was already top ranking. Of course, COVID and the pandemic made it a bit worse. Did the epidemic cause increased psychiatric problems? Please be sure, no. During the corona epidemic, also, a lot of people, including some psychiatrists, kept saying, now there's going to be a psychiatric epidemic. And I knew all through, and science supported that then and now. There is no increase in psychiatric disorders significant. What has increased is the psychological distress. Remember the second block? So mental health service needs are much more. There is obviously more of acceptance. I mean, some of you will remember the union budget also a few days ago actually laid a big emphasis on mental health, besides emphasis on health itself, right? So people at every level, from top to students, families, now accept mental health issues more. There is less stigma. People do not mind talking about feeling depressed or going for help, right? So that's the opportunity that we have to strengthen mental health services and get good mental health for most people, if not everyone, right? Improve social attitudes. If you'll remember, I mean, I suppose it still happens. It used to be much more at the street corner. That person with severe mental disorders in half-torn clothes has perhaps not eaten. He is getting thrown stones by the kid. They are running after him, making fun of him, that kind of negativity. Or a person is locked up in a room in the house, right? There is, of course, for the second block, if you remember, psychological distress, and for the improvement, positive mental health, the third block. There's a whole lot of counseling services required, including telecounseling services. But remember this, towards the end, I'm going to come back to counseling again. Now, in terms of human rights and legal facets, like I said, if you remember, people with severe disorders and those who used to be put away in mental hospitals, admitted for months, years, possibly lifetime, there was a lot of human rights violation, both active and passive. People would not get hot or cold water. People may not get adequate food. They may not even get blankets. They may not even get enough food. There was those terrible stories of people being physically abused, even sexually abused in mental health hospitals and other such settings. So that the NHrc has had tremendous impact. Please be sure to look up NHrc website and the other sources from the time it has been formed, 93, 94. NHrc, in addition to the Supreme Court, has a tremendous active role in stopping or reducing the violation of people with mental disorders. I want to remind you again and again, those are mostly people with psychotic disorders, right? But we also need to recognize that a violation of rights of persons with severe mental illness, those who cannot speak up for themselves, happens in almost all settings. If mental hospitals, of course, got maligned and they needed correction, and a large part of that has been corrected or is being corrected by the Apex Court, by the NHrc, by other agencies, right? And what the person was talking about, Sherry, in the introduction is that when I went from AIMS to that hospital in Shakra in Delhi, spent 23 years essentially doing that, reform an old mental hospital to a modern caring institution, right? But please be sure, wherever there are residential facilities for vulnerable population, women in distress, young children, elderly, people with physical disabilities, unfortunately, unless the system is very vigilant, human rights violations do happen, and we need to be careful to see that they don't happen, right? So, like I've said here, I mean, there's everywhere. I don't know if anyone of you understands or follows poetry, but I have always invoked Ghalib. When Ghalib said, मस्जिद में बैठ के शराब पीने दे साकिया वो जगह बता दे जहां खुदा ना हो. So I cannot think of any corner of human existence where human rights violation potentially does not happen. We certainly need to be more careful about mental hospitals and residential issues. But all of us, all of you, if I might say, need to be watchful and careful about observing and reducing and stopping human rights violation of any vulnerable population anywhere. So next time you're walking down a street and if a person with severe mental illness is being thrown stones at or abused or made fun of, please try and do something. At least inform the local police, right? That's the second important message that I want to leave with you. Right. Because of all that we have said till now, internationally there have been laws and conventions for a long time. The first major one after the World War, a whole lot of ethics issues and human rights issues came up. But in terms of conventions and covenants, it was in 1991 that UN principles actually laid out how the human rights of persons with mental illness should be protected. Got some attention, not very good. Uh, Gradually, and this is a bit of a debatable point, we'll possibly come to in the discussion, because 1%, 2% of the population with severe mental disorders, their rights can be violated. Mental illness related disabilities started getting included in the list of disabilities, right? And so the UNCRPD, 2006, that UN General Assembly enacted it, got ratified by Indian Parliament in 2008. I don't know your background well enough, but just to be sure, what I have learned over time, 2006 UNCRPD got signed by the executive in 2007, got ratified by the Indian Parliament in 2008. And so by now, we are obligated. It's compulsory for us as India, a nation, each state, each one of us as a citizen, to make sure that every provision of UNCRPD is implemented. Right? There is no escaping that. And of course, to continue with that, there have also been, like I said, in various high courts and in the Supreme Court, a whole lot of PILs about that. Out of the UNCRPD, there were two major acts that came up. The 1995 Persons with Disability Act was revised to 2016 uh, RPWD, Rights of Persons with Disability, 2016, and the MHA 2017. You'll hear a whole lot of people refer to this as MHCA. Uh, Allow me to be finicky. I don't understand why, because the C there is not capital. So I shall refer to it as MHA 2017. But just to be sure you understand, you'll find a lot of literature and verbal input saying MHCA 2017. It's the same act that we are talking about. So now, for nearly 10 years, we have had this. What are the important provisions in MHA 2017? Please understand, mental health care, as per Section 18, is now a right. Be sure, healthcare in this country is still not a right. Healthcare is one of the desirable goals in National Health Policy of 2017, but not as a right. The second, 19, says in accordance with UNCRPD and say right to community living. Nobody should be put away in the hospitals, right? Like you have already understood, I'm sure, 20 and 21, right? Equality and non-discrimination, most importantly. Not just avoid active violation of rights and abuse, but also must get equal rights. And there should be no discrimination. Just because somebody is a person with mental illness, even if it was a severe mental illness, right? At one point of time, I may have been totally out of my mind, so to say. No, treated, put away in the hospital, given injections, whatever. But once I recover, then I must get all the rights that any other citizen gets. And then, of course, there is the 108 for punishment if you do not follow the provisions of MHA 2017. There is one thing that I do want to highlight again, like it was said, a lot of teams, 4 or 5 teams across major cities, have been working on homeless mentally people, right? And if you look back, all of us will remember in small towns, cities, street corners. By now, unfortunately, even in villages, you find people with mental illness either thrown out of the family or with no family, and they're just surviving on the street. So that's still a huge major problem. And then, of course, there's a whole lot of people who are at home. The family is looking after them as much as they understand, but they are still what I call as homebound persons with mental illness, right? So these are the two priorities within the assembly. I want to flag this one more time. See, if you or I have depression, anxiety, phobia, you may go for treatment, you may decide not to go for treatment, you may go and discontinue. Again, that's also your right, right? The state must provide services, but it's your right to avail of it or not. You can be persuaded. We'll try and encourage you. But persons with severe mental disorders, there need to be legal provisions for both good care, right to care, but quality care. Now, that's a difficult balance to strike if you realize. Just for flagging, and if you have time, we'll get into this. There are some overlapping issues between law and mental health. One major issue that's come up from UNCRPD and is in MHA 2017 is the whole issue of capacity, legal capacity. Now, if you're most of you from legal background, I won't need to expand on that. But please understand, clinically, like I've hinted once or twice, doctors and psychiatrists have been used to asking whether the person has insight or not. Do I understand that I need help? Do I accept that I need help? So the idea of insight, as we used to see, and the idea of capacity are overlapping and yet very different, right? The other common issue that comes up, at least in criminal cases, or even in some civil cases, making a will, holding a marriage, bearing a child, whole lot of other civil responsibilities or rights, is the whole issue of unsound mind or normal. Now, at some point of time, there were hundred and odd laws that directly or indirectly refer to unsound mind. The major point, friends, is this. We in psychiatry and mental health science, we cannot subscribe to the issue of unsound mind. We can only say whether the person has disorder or not, right? Like we have often said to various high courts in our reports from IBAS and to the Supreme Court too, uh, legal insanity is a different idea from the idea of medical insanity at all or medical illness, right? The third major point that I want to flag for you all is the issue of, as I hinted, mental illness, disability. I believe, unfortunately, that the thing has got carried too far. Like I've hinted, and I'll do it more clearly. More than 98%, in nearly 99% of the people with mental illness accept that they need help, they go for help, and they can be treated. Whether they actually continue or not, all that is a different matter. Only a small percentage of people with severe mental disorders, even after treatment, continue to be disabled for long term. The effect of schizophrenia on my brain and mind is so much that I continue to have some capacity limitation or limited ability. That's where the law has to step in. And none of my family members, nor the state, nor the hospital that I am staying at, or my apartment complex should be able to let discrimination happen just because I cannot speak for myself. So my point is that, and I'm sure this is going to come up in your lifetime much more. We are now still coming up with the idea of mental illness related disability. I think we have not begun to understand that we are causing a bit of a problem here. Not all mental illnesses have disability. Only a few people with severe mental illness might continue to have long-term disability. And so the laws need to be applied to only those people, not everyone. Right? Which is what I have said here mostly. I'll save time for that. Let's switch gears and come to more of the common mental disorders and the second and the third block, mental distress and mental wellness. And this is directly for all of you, if I might take the liberty, and to help your friends and family. One simple thing to learn from pressure cooker is two things, my friends. One, there is always that possibility of steam, and it is required, right? When the pressure cooker is on, the steam must keep coming out. The same for ourselves. The steam must keep coming out. Don't hold up. Don't suppress. Don't keep emotions and hurt emotions within yourself. Two, even with that regular mechanism of steam, there is always a whistle. So even if you or I are in the habit of sharing, usually, if the circumstances become too unbearable, if the stress is too much, the danger might be much more. And so that pressure cooker whistle must go up. So even with the regular habit of sharing, if any one of us has severe distress, there should be no hesitation in reaching out to a friend or family member or a counselor and say, look, boss, it's becoming too much. I need help. I need more help than I usually need. Right? So I love this idea of pressure cooker of model of human mind. The trouble is what's happened, if you all appreciate, although most of you are young enough, I suppose, to have not seen the pre-epidemic era too much, but consider and ask your seniors, elders, what's happened during the epidemic is the whole lot of need for counseling, which is great, right? But what also has happened is that everybody is counseling everybody else. Almost everybody has become a counselor, which is nice. Friends remain friends and can be good help. But professional counseling is a different idea. That's the major point that I want to make. So please be sure that one can seek help from family and friends. Very good, desirable, very nice. If one goes beyond that, if the need becomes too much, one goes to professional counselors. Third level, if need be, one goes to psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, and treatment centers. Again, in a lighter vein, I've often said that washing machine salesman can also be called a counselor. If I don't know what washing machine to buy, front loading or top loading, semi automatic or automatic, and the guy who helps me make that decision. So essentially, the word counseling, while it's very necessary to understand, the finer shades need to be appreciated. Professional counseling versus volunteer counseling of friends who counsel, and not get the concept of counseling too diluted is my major point, friends. Towards the end, like I have, most of this I have referred to, but some important myths in mental health. Not all persons with mental illness have disability. In fact, a small percentage of people. Not all persons with mental illness are impaired in insight, nor do they have impaired capacity. Again, a certain percentage do. Treatment for persons with mental illness is always in restrictive settings, on a lock and key, in mental hospitals, in closed wards. No. Most people by now can take treatment on outpatient basis, like anything else. If you have cough or fever or diarrhea, we go to a doctor, at best go to a hospital, get some tests done, take medicines, take rest, get back to work, right? Most importantly, people don't believe that mental illnesses are treatable, right? Please be sure 99, if not 100% of mental health problems, the mental disorders, not the mental retardation, are treatable. And of course, the mental health of mental health professionals themselves. And we'll come to that in a minute. Please be sure, and I hope you have got it till now, that mental health is not a part of mental health, it's apart from generally, right? You tend to say physical health and mental health. Stop making that differentiation. See health as a composite overall concept, physical and mental and social health. And that, friends, I have intentionally left a lot of time. I hope we get for discussion and your comments and questions. But this slide I find as a very macabre slide as to how sometimes the issue of disability rights can also be carried too far. And I hope some of you get the satire in this slide. Um, that's the contact detail, and please feel free. WhatsApp messages or email from any one of you any time in future is most welcome. And I will stop there, friends. And like Shelly had said at the end, right, most videos are on. Good. Let's see now. Questions, experiences, comments, anything.
Good morning, sir. Can I
Good
ask?
morning. Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. So you talked about neurosis, which are common mental problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this can be treated easily, I guess. So, but
Sorry.
there is a taboo or stigma in our country about mental illness. So,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think? How we can reduce this gap
Oh,
or create
sure,
awareness?
sure. Oh, great question. See, because one thing, because people confuse the people with severe psychotic disorders and neurosis as one, the stigma only becomes worse. One can understand that if there is a person who was misbehaving, taking off his clothes, tearing off his clothes, attacking you on the roadside, creating havoc, There's some amount of stigma, although that also should not be there at all. And that person's rights must be protected. But what is really unfortunate is to see, like any one of you or I going through a depression or anxiety or phobia, why should there be any difference as we keep arguing between any physical health problem and problem of the brain or mind? Remember Munna Bhai, chemical locha? So it's just a chemical change in a certain part of the brain that makes me feel more depressed as compared to day-to-day depression that any one of us may have, right? So basically getting this scientific knowledge, treating each one of us equally, and most importantly, in your family, amongst your friends, in your social network, if you have somebody who is undergoing a problem, and you are helping to take him or her to treatment, or during treatment or after treatment, don't label, अरे यार ये तो neurotic है, you know, ये तो unstable है. That is a serious problem. But I also want to, and I understand all of you are evolved enough to, and I'm individually convinced this is going to be a serious need in the future. What we are talking about is what the Americans did successfully some 50 or 60 years ago. Okay, reduce the stigma, make mental illness acceptable. But unfortunately, as I believe, and there is enough data to now suggest that they overdid it. Every small problem of day to day life, emotional or interpersonal nature, started being given a label and possibly given medicines, right? So that's what I refer to, if you remember one of the slides, as over psychiatricization. Indeed, Shelley, if I might say, I mean, you're free to share these slides with these friends, huh? Since you're in touch with them. So have access to slides, right?
Yes, sir. I'll just share
Hmm.
with them in the group.
Right. So the whole thing is, you remember again, global figures 25%, our figures 10 to 12%, American figures 50%. So we need to, of course, not even reach 25% if we can help it. If we can do the second and third block well, then we'll keep the top block from becoming bigger. But the danger is, as we are becoming more and more American and westernized, and didn't have an opportunity to mention at all, this digital world, fantasy, artificial world is taking over. What happened to the Americans and Europeans to a limited extent is also likely to happen to us in India and South Asia. Will not we go from 10 to 12% to 25%? I hope not, to even 30 to 40%. And please take this seriously. Americans, this 50% data that I'm talking about is scientific field based epidemiological studies. Okay. There, everybody but everybody is on treatment. In the American society, I mean, if I'm sure you have uncles and friends and people, which is nice. So I hope you understand, my friend, what we are talking about. You guys have for next 50 years a very difficult double task, balancing. You want to increase mental health awareness, you want to make sure that everybody who can benefit from treatment must go for treatment, and yet not end up overdoing it. Reflect. Any one of us, even in your short lives that you have had till now, someday you're not feeling too well, you had an argument with your parents, something happened, right? Or I'm feeling anxious. Most of us take care of those day to day experiences by our own coping or with family and friends, right? Now, that need not be given a psychiatric or a mental health label. I hope this relatively not discussed idea is also clear to you, that we need to increase mental health awareness and yet not do it make the mistake that the Americans, I think, have already made. You know, is that
Yes,
somewhat
sir. Yeah,
clear?
we need to maintain. Yeah, yeah, yes, sir. We need to maintain
A
the
balance,
balance between
absolutely.
that.
Yes, sir.
Over. Yeah.
Even allow me to say one more time, and I put this differently. Unfortunately, modern science and pharma industry and establishment, we would all love it, but I'm careful. Individuals, couples, families, small groups of, say, you're living in a hostel, group of 10 or 20, usually have transient, short-term emotional or behavioral problem. Mostly they deal with it in normal life. Let those remain. But the trick is now out of let's say a hostel of 100 people, 20, 30, 40 people or all 100 may have problem at one or the other point of time. Like we all went through the epidemic time. Like I keep saying, nobody can say I did not feel anxious or worried, right? Everybody did. All 8 billion human population went through some anxiety at some point of time. But out of those, while not overdoing it, how do we make sure that we pick up those who genuinely require help? So, like one of you said, that balance, that's very crucial. And to my mind, that's, I mean, if you get into that detail, one challenge for India and South Asia is that correct, what I call as sensible mental health awareness, balanced mental health awareness, not get carried away, you know. And we would love it, boss. See, doctors, psychiatrists, psychologists, each one of you here should be my client for one reason or the other. It's very satisfying, very gratifying, besides economics of it. But I don't want that. If you ask me sensibly, I don't want that. At the same time, accept the possibility that if there are 20 people here, one or two people out of these 20 may genuinely have mental health need. It's not shame, there is no guilt, there is no negativity. Supportively, they be helped to find out what the problem, how it can be helped. Does that make sense? Speak up,
Yes,
yeah.
sir. Uh, Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, sir. Absolutely.
Thanks. Right. I'm so
Good
glad.
morning,
I'm so
sir.
glad. Yes, please go ahead.
Sir, as
So, even I had a question.
Mm.
Okay, you ask it, then I'll ask.
sir,
Sir,
since yoga is considered to like improve our mental health, and it is also
Sure.
very considered a good tool for our stress management. So, sir,
Sure.
should it be compulsorily introduced in schools? As nowadays, students are also facing like mental health issues because of study stress and other
Sure.
stress.
Yeah. I've only one disclaimer before the major part of the answer. Compulsory is a bit of a problem anywhere. You know, I mean, if you make something compulsory, most people are not going to follow it. Let's face it. Right? So, my only discomfort in your question is the compulsory part. But go back to the three blocks. For mental health promotion, the lowest block, yes, all of us can benefit from the combinations of what yoga, physical asanas, and meditation, right? So, yes, if it is actively encouraged, it will help the mental health of everybody. Block number three, right? It will definitely uh, be of great help to people in block number two, those who are distressed, right? The important point, friends, is to understand this. Block number one, mental disorders. Yoga cannot cure that. So, if somebody has a mental disorder, then he or she requires professional assessment, requires treatment. In addition, yoga or meditation or any other exercise can be very helpful, right? I'll give you a simple example. And this is a good example, please don't misunderstand. But achar and chutney cannot be a meal by itself, right? It's a very useful side dish. So for disorders, they are adjunctive. For the second and third block particularly, they are primary. There, the role of medical doctors and psychiatrists is very minimal, near zero, right? All of you, if you decide to do activities for your own mental well-being, including yoga, very nice. Yeah. Yes, please.
Sir,
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Samyukta
since
this
we are
side.
Yeah.
the digitalization world, so how this digitalization can affect the mental health of the citizens?
Potentially terrible. But having said that, please understand two things. One, again, I'm very fond of saying this, and please consider this. In human history, first time man invented fire in a cave, to invention of a knife, to atomic energy, to digitization. All inventions, all scientific discoveries and technologies are double-edged swords. Right? Fire was the greatest invention. Thousands and billions have died. Right? Atomic energy. So let's not blame the technology or the right. There is no. I'm in complete disagreement with fullest respect what the Australian government has done. Children under certain age will not get mobile phones. Like I said earlier, see, making something compulsory or prohibiting something completely actually brings out the worst part of human nature. It will happen more, right? So extreme solutions don't help. Having said that, surely our psychiatry, mental health, clinical psychology concern has usually been about what happens to person with schizophrenia. He or she dissociates, gets dealing from external world and lives in his or her own fantasy world, right? That is essentially one characteristic of schizophrenia or any psychotic disorder. Unfortunately, now digital world gives an easy access to that fantasy world. So those who are prone to psychotic disorders are likely to become more and more. And any one of us, in fact, let's go a step back. All of us as human beings, especially in young age, we live a dual life. There is the external world, there is the internal fantasy world, right? I'll have Shah Rukh Khan as my boyfriend, you know, right? I'll romance with Amir Khan, right? So that fantasy world is under control and you live by the external real world. Unfortunately, persons with severe mental disorders lose that connect and control. That danger becomes much worse with the digital world because it's easily accessible. So this, cliche of real life versus real life is very important. So for all of us to follow, uh, keep the balance between real life and real life. Young people try and educate them to say, look, keep that balance. And if in those persons where digital world or mobile technology or apps is becoming a major activity, contain them. There is also another problem here. Please understand. Cigarettes to lingerie to whatever good products, lipsticks to anything. There are market forces, right? There are people who not only want to satisfy your need through advertising and marketing, they want to create the need. So, especially the gaming technology, right? Those companies, they don't give a damn, with all respect, about mental health, right? I'm here to sell my product. So, successively, I keep making more and more attractive games. And don't forget, uh, current technology, now especially AI mediated and assisted, provides as composite, as complete a pleasurable experience as anybody has had till now. Except for taste and smell, all other senses can be satisfied, right? That also will happen someday. In the digital world, you'll get taste and smell, right? So it is the market forces, it is the vulnerability of human mind, and the nature of technology that makes it many, many, many times more dangerous. But not to throw it out. No, it doesn't help. You can't. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask that, like,
Sure.
in today's world, there's like too much availability. Like we have easy access to everything. We have also got AI. Then whatever we want, AI helps us and assists us like every way. So, sir, do you think this is a advantage, or this might be a reason for mental health issues?
The simple answer is yes. It is. Please understand, that's what happened to the Americans. I mean, there is a complex analysis, but what we are now going through in India and world over, physical comfort, access to information, all out what you said, they started having it in the 60s and 70s and 80s. What I call as the, and I'm sure you'll all understand, what I call as the abundance paradigm and the physical comfort, everything, right? So then you lose the connect. But see, here there is a danger, and I'm always mindful. People of our generation, particularly people of our generation who have led a public service life with limited salaries and income, we have learned to. I mean, I have a wagon. Okay, now people like us should be careful while talking to the young people not to appear pontificating. हमें ज्ञान नहीं देना है, उपदेश नहीं देना है, लेकिन हाँ मिनिमलिज्म में और सिंपल लाइफ में बेनिफिट है एक. More, even in pure science perspective, individuals, communities, and human race, some amount of adversity builds your resilience. If there is no adversity left, तो resilience बनेगी कहाँ से? और ये डेवलपमेंटल फील्ड में सीरियस डिबेट हो रहा है. जैसे आपने शुरू किया बहुत अच्छे से, भाई अगर बच्चे को, उन बच्चों को सभी कुछ मिल रहा है और जब चाहे तब मिल रहा है, और यहाँ पेरेंटिंग की प्रॉब्लम है, दोनों पेरेंट्स वर्किंग है और कोई है नहीं, अच्छा है जो चाहिए ले लो, ये लो पैसा, राइट? आर वी रियली हेल्पिंग दोस किड्स develop a balanced personality and cope with the difficulties of life? But I guess, I mean, the very fact that some of you people have raised the questions that you have raised also gives a person like me hope that we will not let it go that bad. But it's difficult. See, we all like comfort, we all like immediate access, we want everything now. I want it and I want it now. When Swiggy and Zomato deliver in 10 minutes any world cuisine,
So I was about to give the example of Swiggy Zomato.
I know. I don't have Swiggy or Zomato on my phone, on principle. But like I said,
And sir, this is like quite visible that your generation is actually living happier than our generation.
hopefully yes. But again, I mean, see, all broad generalizations can be flawed. But yeah, well, honestly, see, your generation will have to evolve your own formula, right? You can't live by the previous formula. Your formula will have to be on your own. I do believe that Indian youth there, I sincerely believe will still, because I'll tell you what, I mean, I was educated immediate post-independence, Western model of education. However urbanized and westernized we may believe we are, the core Indian traditional values still remain. So hopefully your generation and the current generations will evolve well. But seriously, we are getting into philosophical discussion almost, but that concern of mine that the top block should not become bigger. The first block should not become bigger. Can we avoid that? And we can avoid that by taking care of the block number 3, wellness first, and distress if there is, no harm in accepting. Yeah?
So,
Sir, I wanted to ask that as we were talking about schools, still in our schools, we are not completely getting the knowledge or information about mental health awareness. And when students like us says that we are facing mental health issues, we are often said that you have not faced anything in life. So why are you even facing mental health issue? So it is really a
I
problem in
agree.
today's society that students who are facing, they are not getting acknowledged. So how do you think that we can create more awareness especially at the school level,
Fortunately, yeah,
so that
that's
students
right.
also get attention?
The National Mental Health Program actually has a specific component of school mental health program in last 5 7 years. Okay, NCRT, CPSE, they're all now working in different ways to say, like you said, if not completely, at least beginning to get there. But that's where, remember what I said at the start. Each one of you, for your cousins, your nephews, your younger brother, sister, start making them aware. See, there is the two things, right? Top down approach. Government of India, Ministry of Education, NCRT, CBSE, they do what they should. But we'll also have to be the change from bottom up, you know. But things are much better, boss, even as compared to 20 years ago, even in terms of school. Is there a gap? Yes, there is still a huge gap. But that, unfortunately, is also another reality of our country. The sheer numbers is too big. Two, uniform application of any policy or program seems almost impossible. Sadly, you know, we are too large, we are too diverse. But there, maybe towards the end, I really do believe, and all of you must have lived through that with much more anxiety and awareness. What we did during the epidemic was great. Not just the vaccination program reaching almost everyone, but the overall response of the society, getting food to people who need, getting care for those who need. Obviously, there were some death, there was some trauma, difficulties, but if at all, and unfortunately, and I would say this, unfortunately, to my mind, human race also has a tendency to forget too easily. Short-term memory. We're all collectively forgetting the lessons that should have been learned in the epidemic. Now we're back to our usual, which I wish we would know. And the greatest benefit in terms of mental health is no harm in talking about psychological issues, no shame in, helping somebody who is going through issues. And what you said, yes, that is worst response. अरे हमने बहुत कुछ देखा है तुमने क्या देखा है why are you going through problem. But देखो ये थोड़ा स्वीकार भी करो. Unfortunately, previous older generations have a tendency to give ज्ञान, है ना. ज्ञान देना कभी भी काम नहीं आया है किसी भी जनरेशन में. And now currently it's totally inappropriate. So I can only, and that's been my effort, I can sensitize you, I can give you some facts, I can make you aware, I can make you think. Beyond that, leave it to you, individually and collectively. Right?
Sir, I wanted to ask something.
Please,
May I?
please. I'm
Morning,
sure
sir.
the organizers are getting troubled. They might have the next talk. But yeah. But go ahead. Feel free, that email and WhatsApp. But please go ahead.
Sir, I wanted to ask that with the increasing use of artificial intelligence tools like ChatGPT, many of us have begun to use ChatGPT as our counselor because most of the people around our age are troubling with making friends and all. So they start talking to ChatGPT only.
I know.
Moreover, on the same side, like mental health support or care and counselors are very expensive, and most rural people will find difficult to reach such medical help.
No,
So
but
they
that,
start using AI tools only by
I
giving
know,
prompts. So
I
is
know,
it
that is
fine to
sad.
some extent or not?
It is, of course, it is okay as long as it's meaningfully used. But two things: Government of India has in almost every district what is called a telemanas program. Okay, so there are free of charge counseling services available on phone. Look up the website. Government of India's telemanas program, tele-counseling that I referred to. Okay, so even if you want to guide young people, please tell them the telemanas program is available. Um, what was your first part?
They're like AI tools.
Yeah,
We use ChatGPT only to talk to.
yeah. See, there, I mean, I suppose some of you, if not most of you, have followed Sheldon Cooper. Big Bang Theory?
Yes, sir.
Now imagine Sheldon Cooper in current age. He was, I mean, all of them were nerdy enough. Sheldon Cooper was even more of a nerd. But if Sheldon Cooper had all the AI available today, he would perhaps not interact with anybody. So, what I'm pointing out is that there is that danger more for some people. So, in your friend circle, in your extended family, very supportively, in a positive mindset, identify those young people and help them make that shift from artificial world to real world, right? You'll be doing a great help. All of us are susceptible, but some people are psychobiologically, by personality, more susceptible to get into the artificial world and stay there. So try and help those people supportively. I say, look, boss, बाहर की दुनिया भी है. There is an external world, you know. Yeah. Bye, guys. Okay. Yeah, Gautam Patil and Gautam. Yes, please.
Sir, as you said before, the mental health, the youth should be sensitized about mental health issues and all. So, as a law student, shouldn't the Mental Health Care Act should be part of academics or a small factor of that?
No, not so much. No. See, mental, like I kept saying, and let me emphasize it. See, mental health care is for that small critical component of where human rights violations happen for people in self matter. If at all we want to go to schools and general public, emphasize what some of us discussed: the positive mental health, the benefit of mental wellness, how to identify people with distress, how to help them, right? The law, see, okay, CRPC or the new one, BNS versions or BNSS versions, right? They are meant only for a small proportion. What we need much more is okay, now this is a very delicate point. What we need much more than BNS awareness is the traffic rules, right? All of us go through the traffic rules one way or another. So if at all you want to increase awareness about traffic rules, pedestrian discipline, right? Or like we saw recently, even in the recent part, if there is a chance of an epidemic, how we should all behave with restraint so that we don't spread infection. The law, severe part of the law is only for 1 out of 10 situations. So the concept needs to be gotten across to the society.
Yes, sir, I agree.
Thank you so much, sir.
Bye, guys.
So one question before
Sure.
you depart. And so the session was really interesting. So, sir, in today's world, almost every individual of the young generation, to be precise, they are facing the issues of anxiety, depression, and all. So, before you part ways with us for today's session, I would request you to give a life mantra to all of us that you feel is the best to keep our emotions at bay, to be able to deal with them, and to live a happy life. Just one small life mantra.
This too shall pass. So whatever difficulties we are having, that will become okay. But like I keep saying, and this is my concern, see, most negative experiences you can get over. But how do you identify that rare instance where it will not get over and I need help? Right? So the difficulty is that to differentiate the normal human experience from the abnormal. What are the rules? Okay, let's face that. If your distress is going on for too long, more than a few weeks, be careful. If your sleep or appetite is getting troubled, be careful. If your relationships are getting affected, be careful, right? If at all your sadness goes to the level of, as an example, say, thoughts of ending your life, be careful, right? So the thing is really, this too shall pass. Must रहेगा. No problem.
Thank you so much, sir. This was much required. Thank you so much, sir, for the amazing session.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day. So, guys, I hope you had a lovely session, much required in this digital age and age of emotional turbulence. So, we'll begin with the next session. Also, I have a humble request. While you are attending your sessions, just be completely engrossed in those sessions. Do not put your messages on my personal number. Just try to avoid it, and also raise your queries when I am asking you then and there, rather than, you know, putting your queries on my personal number. Because the reason I'm saying this is that if you will raise your query here, then everyone who has the same query would be able to know the answer. So it's better to, you know, to clear the queries at large rather than me going person to person or addressing individuals. So, yes, humble request. If you have a query after the lecture, raise your queries. So, we'll begin with the next session. I'll just get back to you guys. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are you doing, ma'am?
Good, good. Thank you.
So, ma'am, with your due permission, I would like to introduce you to our interns and thereby proceed with the session.
I just wanted to ask you, do you have my PPT?
Yes, ma'am, I have your PPT. So,
I
do you
have some.
want me?
Let me see if I can share it. Otherwise, if you can, put it up, so that'll be very nice.
Okay, ma'am. No worries. So,
Let's
till
check.
then, should I introduce you to the interns?
Yeah, thank you.
So, a very warm welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So, interns, we today have with us Ms. Pushpa Girimaji. Ma'am is a senior journalist and a consumer columnist. Ma'am is an author and consumer rights advocate specializing in consumer law, safety, and advocacy journalism over a career exceeding 4 decades. She pioneered consumer advocacy reporting in India, maintaining a continuous weekly column on consumer issues in publications such as Hindustan Times, The Tribune, and Samyukta Karnataka, a distinction unmatched by any other Indian journalist. Ma'am has authored key works, including the book Consumer Rights for Everyone, published by Penguin Books India, and a monograph on misleading advertisements by the Indian Institute of Public Administration, while also producing and anchoring television programs on consumer topics. Her contributions extend to policy influence through memberships in bodies like the Empowered Committee of India's Ministry of Consumer Affairs, the Insurance Regulatory and Development Authorities Advisory Committee, and the Consumer Advisory Council of Underwriters Laboratories in the US. Among her recognitions are the Nari Shakti Puraskar Award by the President of India in 2017, the Chameli Devi Jain Award for Outstanding Women Media Persons, the Karnataka Rajyotsav Award in 2001 for Public Service via Journalism. We are grateful for your presence here today, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you. I think I'm unable to get this done. So can you please share the...
I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you. So good morning, everyone. I, of course, was listening to the last part of the earlier lecture. It was very interesting. And yeah, so from there we come to consumer protection and consumer rights in India. And, in a way, or I must say that consumer rights are also now recognized as part of human rights, because, so many issues pertaining to consumer rights are also human rights. So they share the same kind of, I must say, a bond. So, in fact, it's really interesting that for a long time, consumer activists were trying to ensure that consumer rights are given as much importance as human rights, and that it's also recognized as part of human rights. And now that's happening, and because increasingly many of the rights of consumers are being recognized as human rights. For example, only recently, I'm sure many of you have read the Supreme Court judgment, where recently the Supreme Court has said that child's right to a toilet in a school, and also to sanitary pads and things like that, availability of free sanitary pads, is a constitutional right, and it's a right to life. It's a part of a right to life. So that would also constitute a consumer right, because if I'll just speak now about the rights of consumers, which are detailed under the Consumer Protection Act, so you will realize that both these rights are extremely important. So coming to, I guess all of you are aware of the Consumer Protection Act to a certain extent, and the fact that we have consumer courts under it. So let me just speak briefly about the rights of consumers under the Consumer Protection Act. In fact, earlier we had Consumer Protection Act of 1986, and then in 2019, in fact, I was part of the committee that looked at amending that law, because as things changed, it was realized that the Consumer Protection Act of 1986, even though it was very good, it was not adequate. So we thought we should amend it, and subsequently it was decided that there were so many amendments, so many changes, that it was decided to bring in a new law, replace the 1986 law with a new one. So we have today we have this Consumer Protection Act of 2019. So yeah, let me have the next slide, please. Yeah, so I'll move on to the next one. In fact, the consumer rights enumerated in the 86 Act and the 2019 Act are the same. Both enumerate 6 rights of consumers. And by far, I do feel, of course, that's also because as a columnist on consumer rights, I have been focusing a lot on right to safety, because I do feel that in India, somehow this consumers' right to safety is one right that is violated with impunity and with very dire consequences. So this, I feel, is one of the most important right, and this is the right to be protected against marketing of goods and services which are hazardous to life and property. So anything that is, to give subsequently I'll explain this further, but just to give a small example, if you see the school buses, there are so many accidents involving school buses. There are, in fact, the Supreme Court gave specific guidelines as to how the school buses should be and what kind of protective measures should be in a school bus, including, the speed governors and things like that, so that they don't overspeed. And then subsequently, the government itself improved on those guidelines, and then many states have included this in their laws governing transportation. But still, we see gross violation of these rights and violation of these guidelines, leading to many accidents. So anyway, this is, and another example of violation is, probably you've all heard of these, since this is winter, I must give this example. In winter, many households use these gas-based geysers, the geysers that work on LPG. And unfortunately, what has happened is most people do not realize that these LPG heaters, water heaters, when there is incomplete combustion, it releases carbon monoxide. And so these geysers should be always installed outside the bathroom, because inside a bathroom it's highly dangerous, because once they need adequate oxygen for combustion, the gas. And then when this oxygen is not available, they start releasing carbon monoxide. And carbon monoxide is a deadly, known as a silent killer, it's a deadly gas. So there are so many instances. In fact, I have been writing about it for the past probably 20-25 years. There have been so many cases of young people uh, dying because of carbon monoxide poisoning in the bathroom. And this all that is required to prevent such accidents are certain improvements in these water heaters, gas-based water heaters, and consumer education. But unfortunately, that has been neglected. As a result, today we have these kind of deaths continue. I will come to those issues subsequently. Anyway, let me continue. Right to information is another right, because if we have to make a proper choice as consumers, whether we are buying goods or services, we need to have proper information about it. And in fact, inadequate information will lead to wrong choices, which will ultimately affect our interests. So right to information is extremely important, right? Next, please. Right to choice, again, that is an extremely important right. So also the right to be heard, and consumer representation on various important decision making bodies. Next, please. Right to grievance redress, that is also an equally important right. So today, in order to protect that right, we have these consumer courts where consumers can go and seek redress of their grievances or complaints against defective goods, deficient services, and unfair trade practices. And then right to consumer awareness, that's again another extremely, and education is another extremely important right. And again, unfortunately, I do feel that this right, consumer awareness in the country is still very low, particularly in rural areas, and consumer education on their rights, particularly the right to safety, is still very low. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah, I think I've already spoken about that. So violation, like I said, a violation of consumers' right to safety is not only a violation of human rights and encapsulated in the Protection of Human Rights Act, but it also violates the fundamental right to life guaranteed under Article 21 of the Constitution. In fact, the Supreme Court has said in many judgments for several years now that violation of consumers' right to safety constitutes violation of our fundamental right to life guaranteed under Article 21 of the Constitution. Next slide. So, in fact, I have already spoken about this. Particularly in respect of educational institutions, we have had so many cases of fires in educational institutions leading to deaths of young children. And in those cases also, the Supreme Court has, and high courts have clarified that consumers and students, whether they are school children or college students, they have a right to safety. And in fact, one of the important judgments of the National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission is where it said that a student who goes to a school or a student who goes to a college, it's not just the education is not only, they have a right to education there, but they also have a right to safety. So education does not mean imparting, or a school or an educational institution, its duty does not end with imparting education. Its duty extends to ensuring the safety of students who go there. And I think that is an extremely important judgment of the National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission. And there have been, of course, similar judgments by the Supreme Court also. Next, please. In fact, there have also been cases where, in respect of adulterated food and adulterated drugs and things like that, the Supreme Court has again said that such sale of such contaminated foods, adulterated drugs, violate the fundamental right to life guaranteed under Constitution, Article 21 of the Constitution. So I was earlier speaking about the bus tragedies. In fact, in MC Mehta versus Union of India, that was a civil writ petition. That is where the Supreme Court issued a series of guidelines on school bus safety. In fact, of course, probably you people are too young to remember this case. This was a very, very serious, tragic accident that happened in Delhi, where a school bus fell into the Jamuna, killing a lot of school children. After that, a case was filed, a writ petition was filed on unsafe school buses, and that's how Supreme Court issued these guidelines. Next, please. So, as I said, these guidelines have been incorporated into the motor vehicles rules by all states and union territories. So, in fact, they say that school buses should not travel beyond 40 kilometers per hour, and then they should have speed governors. And it also says that the windows should have grills so that children don't accidentally fall down from the school bus. But again, these are all guidelines that are violated with impunity. Next, please. Boat tragedies. Again, this is where consumers' right to safety is being violated with impunity. And every year, if you look at newspaper reports in villages around the country, there are cases of boats capsizing and then killing people. Now, a boat, one of the most important safety parameter for a boat travel. In fact, I emphasize this because I'm sure as students you go on holidays and you go on trips where you may go to a place where they are offering boat rides to tourists. So please remember this. A boat has a certain limitations. One of the most important safety factor as far as a boat is concerned is that, one, of course, the weight should be spread evenly, uniformly, and even most important, if the boat is meant for 8 persons, only 8 persons should sit, not more than 8. If more people sit on it, then there is sure to be an accident. But unfortunately, we continue to have boat accidents because at tourist destinations and then in villages where people use boats for transport to cross a river, people, the boats are crowded with much more than the number of people that it can accommodate, or it is safe to travel, and that leads to accidents. Next, please. Yeah, next, please. So again, fire accidents. So, if you look at the Bureau of Indian Standards, which is a standards making body in our country, they have fire precautionary measures in construction of temporary structures and pandals. Again, I speak about this because as students, I'm sure you will go, there are Deepavali melas everywhere, and then at weddings and then functions, people, pitch tents. You have these shamianas where, functions are held. In most cases, people are so careless. In fact, just the other day, I was seeing in our housing society, some people, because there was a wedding in the house, they had put up these cloth decorations, and on top of those cloth decorations, they had put these lights. And now that is the most dangerous thing. If these, most likely these, the cloth fabric that they have used could be highly inflammable, and either because of the heat of the light, or if there is a spark from that light, the cloth could catch fire, and then it could lead to a major tragedy. So similarly, in case of these tents or temporary structures, there are so many restrictions, and then all of them should have not just entry, there should be a separate exit. In fact, this, fire, again, this is something I want you to remember, because whenever you go to a restaurant or you go to any function or any place, any public place, for example, it is absolutely important that they all have fire exits. In fact, if you see in Khan Market, there are lots of restaurants. They have these narrow staircases. Khan Market in Delhi, that is. There are narrow staircases leading to the entrance of the restaurant, but there are no separate exits. So just think, if by chance there is a fire, there is no way people can get out, and that will lead to stampedes, and lead to, and in many of these cases people die because they can't escape and the fumes kill them, asphyxiation, or there is stampede and the stampede results in deaths. Next, please. Next. Similarly, there are deaths from unsafe balconies. This is something I've been writing about. Many households, there are again specifications on the height of a balcony. How, each house, when there is, particularly these days, since everybody lives in flats in urban areas, all houses have balconies. Those are very good. But the fact is, there are specifications on the height of the balcony. And unfortunately, and then also on the grills that these balconies have, to ensure that people don't accidentally fall down from the balcony. And also the grills should be constructed in such a way that, small children do not accidentally fall through those grills. So there should not be wide gaps between those grills. But again, these are neglected, and as a result, we see so many such deaths. And again, another thing is sexual abuse of women patients in hospitals. This is again another issue where, this is a violation of consumers' right to safety. There have been so many cases where, in fact, I have also given a letter to the NHrc asking them to, because some years ago, or quite some years ago, National Human Rights Commission came up with guidelines for patient safety, and these have been Health Ministry asked all the hospitals in the country to incorporate them, and also inform patients about this. Of course, not every hospital is doing that, nor are they really following those guidelines. But now I'm requesting NHrc to extend this to also prevent, extend these to give specific guidelines for preventing sexual abuse of women patients and children in hospitals, young girls in hospitals, because that is happening. I have myself, written about this issue. There have been so many cases of abuse of women who are, in ICU in hospitals, and these are really very, very unfortunate cases. Then there are manhole deaths, electrocution of pedestrians from unsafe power lines, and then Morbi bridge collapse in Gujarat. Again, that is where they were taking money and allowing people to go on the bridge, and they didn't ensure the safety of that bridge. So they're all, gross violations of right that consumers have to safety. Next, please. So, and of course, today, I must say that consumer safety is not restricted to physical safety alone. It now extends to unsafe financial transactions, and then violation of online privacy, and then also protection from fraudulent commerce transactions. Next, please. In fact, if you compare our consumer protection laws with the UN guidelines on consumer protection, in fact, our Consumer Protection Act and then the consumer rights, came because the UN asked all, member nations to come up with such laws, and it gave these guidelines on consumer protection, which it subsequently, of course, amended it also. And, there, of course, it talks about inclusivity and protection of vulnerable and disadvantaged consumers. I must say that in our Consumer Protection Act, if you look at it, frankly, there is no, of course, so our Consumer Protection Act defines a consumer as somebody who pays for a service or goods. So if you are a poor consumer who is not paid, who are getting a free service, or you're getting something free, as some kind of an aid, then you don't come under the Consumer Protection Act, and so you don't have a right to seek grievance redress, or you don't have a right to seek redress of your complaint before the consumer courts because of that, which is a disadvantage. Of course, I must say that because of this, initial years, the consumer courts did not look at cases of medical negligence in government hospitals because they were free. But subsequently, in one of the Supreme Court landmark judgments of the Supreme Court said that yes, it's true that under the Consumer Protection Act, free health service does not come under the purview of the consumer courts. But in hospitals where certain patients get paid service and certain patients get free service, such hospitals are accountable under the Consumer Protection Act in case of free patients also. So that was a landmark judgment. But I must say that despite that, of course, we have progressed quite a bit after that. But even then, people in many free eye clinics, and also we have these eye mailers and things like that, where people are given free treatment. And in such cases where consumers or patients get absolutely free treatment, there are many cases where they lose their eyesight after the treatment because of infection, because of poor hygiene during surgery and things like that. In such cases, they cannot, unfortunately, go to the consumer court. Next, please. Next. Next slide. Yeah. No, we'll skip this. Yeah, in fact, UN guidelines also talk about consumers' right to a safe environment. So we don't have some of those, and I do feel it's time that we need to extend it, because we need to have today, given the kind of pollution that consumers face, and of course citizens, and the kind of problems that we suffer, or the kind of problems that we have because of pollution. I do feel that our Consumer Protection Act should also, of course, we have an Environment Protection Act and things like that, but I do feel that our Consumer Protection Act should also include a right to a safe environment. Next. Yeah. In fact, now with the advent of artificial intelligence and things like that, the Consumers International, which is an international organization of consumer groups worldwide, they are focusing quite a bit on consumers' right to privacy and data privacy and various other things, consumer protection vis-a-vis AI. Yeah. And I must say that now, earlier I spoke about the Consumer Protection Act of 2019. Now, as one of the biggest advantage that the 2019 law has is the creation of a regulator, consumer protection regulator, called the Central Consumer Protection Authority. In fact, earlier, the Consumer Protection Act of 1986 enumerated 6 rights of consumers. However, it gave a mechanism to protect only one right, and that is the right to grievance redress. So it provided for the constitution of exclusive consumer disputes redressal mechanism, or consumer disputes redressal commissions, where consumers can go again, go and seek compensation and any kind of a redress against defective goods, deficient services, and unfair trade practices and restrictive trade practices. And of course, the definition of unfair trade practices was very, very wide. However, the problem was that, the rights, there was no mechanism to protect these rights of consumers. Only after the violation of these rights, consumer could go and seek compensation for whatever the suffering that was caused as a result of the violation. But there was no mechanism to protect it. And in fact, for a long time, through my articles, I used to campaign for a regulatory mechanism, like in many countries, like Australia has such, European Union, and then US. Many of them have specific, mechanism to protect consumers from unsafe goods. And like the US has these Consumer Product Safety Commission, where they look at where you can complain about accidents caused by consumer products, and then they will investigate and then order recall of goods and things like that. So we didn't have such a provision. So fortunately, when the government constituted a committee to look at amendments to the 1986 Consumer Protection Act, I was also, they put me also on that committee. And then I must say that the government was very receptive when I said we need to have a consumer protection authority. They did agree. And so finally we came up with this CCPA. Of course, I still feel that much more needs to be done in respect of consumer safety, protection of consumers' right to safety. But the fact of the matter is that today we have a consumer protection authority which is looking at consumer rights. Of course, they are not just looking at right to safety, they're looking at all consumer rights, and they have come up with many guidelines to protect consumers from unfair trade practices. So that is a very major advantage as far as the 2019 consumer law is concerned. Next, please. Next slide. So, as I said, so consumer CCPA has the authority to investigate into consumer complaints. That is, consumer complaints, consumers as a class. They don't look at individual complaints. For that, you have to go to the consumer courts, but they will look at any kind of an issue that is affecting consumers as a class, and they can order recall of such goods, and they can take preventive action, and they can also impose, and in fact, misleading advertisements. They can look at misleading advertisements, and they can put stop to such advertisement, and they can also impose on an endorser a penalty varying from 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs. And in fact, earlier, for a long time, we could take the Consumer Protection Act. Under the Consumer Protection Act earlier, consumers could go and complain against a misleading advertisement, but and then the consumer courts could stop such advertisements, but there was a time lag between the appearance of an advertisement and this kind of an action. So that was a major disadvantage. But now with the consumer protection regulator, or the CCPA can look at any advertisement that they feel is misleading or unfair, and they can stop such advertisements, and they can also impose a penalty. And more important, earlier in probably, I don't know if you remember, we had that Maggie case where Food Safety Authority said, took up that case of unsafe Maggie packets and things like that. So at that time, it was realized that we did not really have any kind of a provision under the law to take action against an endorser, because in many of these cases, if you see, film actors and cricketers endorse products, and they endorse unsafe products, they endorse unsafe services, and they endorse irresponsibly products and services that are, in fact, even today I find that for example, cola drinks or any of these sugary drinks, it is now well known that those are not those are extremely unhealthy. But still, you see cricketers, you see actors endorsing those products. So today, you can prohibit an endorser of a false or misleading advertisement from endorsing such products. And but I do feel that the penalty that one can impose, that is CCPA can impose under the law, is insufficient, because these endorsers, particularly film actors and cricketers, they earn crores of rupees from these endorsements. So whenever it's found that they have endorsed uh, uh, you know an unhealthy product, or they are endorsing an unsafe product or an unsafe service, the CCPA needs to actually ask them to uh, give whatever they have earned from such endorsement to the consumer. There is what is known as a consumer welfare fund. So they must give it to the consumer welfare fund. We need to ask them to pay as fine the entire amount they have earned from such endorsement. That, I think, only that will stop them from endorsing unsafe products. Next, please. Of course, for the first time, the new Consumer Protection Act has introduced criminal liability. So earlier, there was no criminal liability, in case of any kind of a violation of consumer right. But now, in case of misleading advertisements, for example, the Central Consumer Protection Act, for example, can impose fines, and the law also provides for imprisonment of 2 to 5 years for false or misleading advertisements. Of course, in such cases, the CCPA will have to go before the consumer commissions for enforcing it. And similarly, for storing, selling, distributing food containing adulterants, the law prescribes imprisonment of 6 months to life if there is death of a consumer. And so, depending on the severity, it can go up to life imprisonment. And there is similar punishment for spurious goods. But this is again, in fact, now the Consumer Affairs Ministry is looking at amending the 2019 law also, because as you see, as the law is being enforced, you see many lacunae, many problems with it. So, in fact, this is one of the things that I have suggested lots of changes in it, improvements. So, one of the things I do find, which is a lacuna, is that there is no criminal liability in case of for storing, importing, manufacturing, or selling unsafe consumer products. And I think that is a major lacuna that needs to be overcome. Next, please. So, I must also mention that the Consumer Protection, the CCPA has issued several guidelines. One of the most important, as young consumers, you will be interested to know that they have introduced these guidelines prohibiting dark patterns. I'm sure you all know about this. So in case you do not know what dark patterns are, that these are basically software or the consumer interface where where they introduce certain ambiguities, or they introduce certain the patterns are woven in such a way that it actually fools consumers or mislead consumers into making wrong choices, and which are not in their interests. So, in fact, one example I must give is, for example, the subscription traps. So somehow they or even in fact, airlines now, they have stopped. But then earlier, if you see, if you try to book an airline ticket on online, so there would be some kind of a provision there saying, do you want in fact, instead of saying, do you want an insurance also, a travel insurance, they never gave consumers an option. There would be it would be automatically tick marked, and consumers would not even realize that they are being they're being sold an domestic travel insurance. Now, who buys travel insurance? Who needs travel insurance for a domestic flight? Yet they would do that, and then they would somehow using these dark patterns, they would trick consumers into paying for it. It's only later consumers would realize that they have been charged for these. So, in fact, after introducing this guidelines prohibiting dark patterns, the the CCPA has taken action against many companies for violation of dark patterns. In fact, recently it issued guidelines saying each online company should have internal audits to audit their software, particularly the consumer interface, to ensure that there are no dark patterns. And all of them have, of course, given an undertaking saying that they have audited and then there are no dark patterns. But now it's been found that that is not true, that they do still have dark patterns. For example, when you're trying to buy something, so suppose you're trying to buy a shirt or a dress, and then they try to say, oh, only 5 minutes left for you to get a discount on this, and then there'll be a clock that goes, and then you are forced into, there is they create an urgency and force you into making a choice. You might be still wondering whether to buy this or not, but then they create that false urgency, and then you feel, oh, if I don't buy it within 5 minutes, I'm going to lose this. They say only one product left, or they'll say, the discount of 50% is available only in the next 4 minutes, otherwise you will lose this. So you end up buying it. In fact, I have myself checked many times when they say limited time deal, only in the next 5 minutes if you buy, or next 5 hours if you buy. And then the next day I have gone and checked and find that the same discount is available the next day also. So these are all dark patterns. And then so the Consumer Affairs Ministry, or to be more specific, the Central Consumer Protection Authority, is looking at these and taking action against e-commerce companies. In fact, one of the most important guidelines they have drafted is Consumer Protection e-commerce rules, where they mandate that all of them should have proper mechanism for proper helplines, proper mechanisms for redressing consumer grievances. And I don't know how many of you are aware of it. They've also made it mandatory. The Bureau of Indian Standards has what is known as a standard for online review. This is meant to prevent fake reviews. I'm sure you all look at reviews before buying anything else. Even I do. If a review says this is not good or something, then I don't buy. But many of them come up with fake reviews. Many manufacturers, sellers come up with fake reviews, and so you end up buying that product believing those fake reviews, and then it turns out to be then you have problems with the product. So now this ISI standard says that they should not be paid reviews. They have come up with specific guidelines on how a review should be. So the CCPA has made this ISI standard mandatory. So this is meant to prevent fake reviews. Next, please. So this is, of course, the guidelines on dark patterns recognize 13 different kinds of dark patterns. And of course, they have, in fact, one of the things, dark pattern that they recognized and sent notices was app-based taxis. They were pressurizing consumers. In fact, despite this notice, I do find that in many cities, this do exist. They will say that, pay a tip, tell us how much tip you will pay the driver, so that they pressurize consumers into paying a tip in advance. Now, you may or may not tip a cab driver at the end of your service, and you're like tipping in a restaurant. If you want to tip a person because that service was exceptionally good, you won't tip if that taxi is dirty and the person is constantly talking on his mobile, or he has loud music that you're not interested in, and things like that, or he's driving rashly. So they are forcing you through those apps to tip the driver before, and then saying that, you tip him and then he will come faster, or you tip him, then he won't cancel your ride. So this is again a dark pattern. So CCPA has sent notices and asked them to stop such, dark patterns. Next, please. Um, yeah, next. Yeah. So, of course, there are, like I mentioned earlier, we still need, there is, CCPA is doing a lot of work, but I do feel that most of this work concerns unfair trade practices, misleading advertisements, and things like that. We need to do much more in terms of unsafe products. I must say that in recent years, the government has brought lots of products under mandatory ISI certification uh, to ensure the safety of the product. For example, pressure cookers, and then even, in fact, yeah, electrical, all electrical heating, room heaters, for example, they have been under mandatory ISI certification for a very long time. But unfortunately, exploiting consumer ignorance about this, both online and offline stores have been selling these products without the mandatory ISI mark. So after CCPA came into existence, CCPA started, taking action against online companies for selling without the mandatory ISI mark. But of course, there are still, uh, offline stores which are doing this, and that requires, of course, more personnel. CCPA needs to be strengthened much more in order for it to be even more effective. Like, it needs to collect data on unsafe product services, like it's done in other countries, investigate into them and order recalls and refunds to consumers, issue safety alerts. Next, please. Like I said, they have today, all toys come under mandatory ISI safety standards. So you cannot sell. In fact, if you are looking at any safe toy, they have to have the mandatory ISI mark on it, because without the mandatory safety standard, you cannot, complying with the safety standard, you cannot sell them. Similarly, room heaters, like I said, iron, the iron box that you use for ironing your clothes, sorry, immersion rods that are used, all these have to have mandatory safety standards, and they must comply with ISI standards, and they must have a certification of, compliance by the Bureau of Indian Standards. So, yeah, I've already said it's been taking action. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, gas-based geysers. I've already spoken about this. For example, it's under mandatory ISI certification. In fact, because of the number of deaths caused by these gas-based, unsafe gas-based geysers, the government brought them under mandatory ISI certification. But in fact, I have myself sent a letter to Bureau of Indian Standards some time ago, saying that these standards need to be updated and made more safer, because they are not really preventing these deaths. Next, please. And also, I must say that for next, please. Yeah. Um, you see, also, for CCPA to be really effective, now it is not enough. So, for example, the mandatory ISI standard for gas geysers came into effect, I think, about 3-4 years ago. Now people are still using non-ISI marked geysers. Like I said, the ISI marked geysers are, of course, even the ISI standard needs to be updated. But even those who are using non-ISI marked geysers, they need to get rid of those. So for that, if if we are really bothered about safety, CCPA should have, or should take action in such a way that, like, for example, it should ask manufacturers to say that, return your non-ISI marked geysers, and we will give you, replace them with a ISI marked geysers. So we need to have that kind of action. We still have a long way to go, but I must say that we are really, compared to how we were, say, some even 10 years ago or 20 years ago, we have come a long way in terms of consumer safety, protection of consumers' right to safety, and unfair trade practices and things like that. Next, please. Yeah, we also need to enforce consumers' right to information and education, and say better safety. In fact, national consumer disputes. I forgot to mention that under the Consumer Protection Act, the consumer commissions. It's a three-tier mechanism. So you have consumer commissions at the district level, state level, and the national level. Now the national level is like you have the district courts, the high courts, and the Supreme Court. So these are this is a three-tier mechanism. And in fact, the National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commission has held that if a product which requires certain safety provisions, for example, generators, you should not keep generators inside a house, because again there is danger of carbon monoxide poisoning. So if the label does not issue that precaution, if the label does not say tell consumers that these are the precautions you must take, then that constitutes a defective product. Because in fact, the 2019 Consumer Protection Act also makes it mandatory for manufacturers to issue safety labels, and not issuing safety labels to products that require certain precautions to be taken by consumers constitutes makes those products to be defective. That's not what the consumer commissions have said, and today the law also says that not issuing safety labels, not giving proper safety labels, makes a product to be unsafe, and so a defective product. Next, please. Next. Yeah, so I don't know what. I've almost, I think, completed my time limit. So I just wanted to say, as I said earlier, we have come a long way in recognizing and protecting the rights of consumers, and that's very good. That's very positive. But on the negative side, we really still need to go a long way to protect consumers, and particularly in terms of educating consumers and from unsafe products, and protecting consumers from unsafe products. In fact, one important precaution which I must tell you, I'm sure you all go to movie theaters to see a movie. How many theaters tell you outside that they are complying with all the fire safety norms? I do find that after the Upahar tragedy, where so many people died, several guidelines were issued, and then of course the Bureau of Indian Standards, and also the guidelines for cinema houses mandate that there must be proper exits, and they should be clearly visible, and then the exit should be broad enough to prevent stampede, and also to help consumers exit in a hurry in case of a fire. And there should be proper precautions to ensure extinguishing, that the fire is extinguished quickly. But if you really look at these cinema halls, you don't really see them fully complying with these. So as consumers, what we need to do is ask questions. Ask when you buy a cinema ticket, ask the cinema hall, ask the person selling the ticket, are you complying with fire safety norms? And when you go into a theater, look at it to see whether they're doing it. If they don't, protest, write a letter to the cinema hall owner. So I do feel that as consumers, we also need to be much more aggressive in terms of demanding that our rights are met, that there is no violation of our rights as consumers, particularly our right to safety. And that is very, very important. And I do hope you all will become active consumers in that sense. Thank you very much. Any questions? I think we have probably, I don't know if we have any time for questions, but yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I have two questions to
Yeah,
ask.
please. Yeah. Yes, please.
Ma'am, my first question to you is that, ma'am, we often see the advertisements highlighting the features of the products, but the product packaging and even the advertisements don't highlight the negative impact on some of the target audience.
Yeah.
And ma'am, for example, Maggie packaging does not highlight that its overconsumption can cause obesity. So,
Yeah.
ma'am, what are your views on this and how this problem can be resolved? And, ma'am, my second question to you is that we often come across the cases of health issues caused by the contaminated street food, but we can hardly see any authority working in this direction. So, ma'am, how this problem can be resolved?
Yeah, to answer your second question first, Food Safety Standards Authority some time ago came up with standards and guidelines for street food, and they said they have to follow these, comply with these guidelines and things like that. But and then unfortunately these have to be checked up by state authorities, food safety authorities, and then also the municipalities have to do it. Like I said, in our country, we are very good at passing laws, but when it comes to enforcement, we don't do it, and not enough. In fact, we don't. It's so easy to pass laws, but you have to have adequate personnel to enforce them, and that is not done. And also, there is a lot of corruption at this level when it comes to enforcement. The enforcement agencies take money and they allow people to violate laws with impunity. So I do feel, like I said before, we as consumers also need to start demanding. We need to demand enforcement of our laws. I think so long as we accept these kind of unsafe foods, unsafe products, and or violations of our rights, these things will continue. So as consumers, we also need to demand. In fact, we need to demand from our elected representatives. We need to demand from our civic authorities, state enforcement agencies. Write to them, ask them, put out information on what you're doing, and if you're not doing, why are you not doing. I think we also need to become proactive, and I feel that is very, very important. And the first one about the negative effects of products, you see, again here, for a long time, we've also been, I'm also one of those who's been demanding that FSSAI's label, the label, they give these red and green labels, which are, front labels, which say whether a food is safe or not, whether a food is unsafe. And unfortunately, the industry is not allowing this. The industry is protesting about it. And in fact, recently somebody had gone to Supreme Court, and Supreme Court also said, asked FSSAI to come up with the laws immediately, but they are still to do it. They are saying, we are looking at responses from people to our draft guidelines and things like that. We need to have those labels which clearly tell consumers whether a food is safe. And it's not just in case of, when we talk about you mentioned unsafe products, you know also I'm talking about also foods which are high in sugar, salt, and fat. It is now very clear that salt, for example, too much consumption of salt causes your blood pressure to go up. So we need to reduce our salt consumption. But if you look at it, the all these namkeens that are sold, they are very high in salt, and unfortunately nobody tells you that. And there are no or there are, we at least should have instructions saying, this is the limitation. Don't eat them in excess, because you will end up consuming so much. In fact, the simple thing is, since in our country there are many people who are not literate and they won't be able to read the labels, we need to have these markings that say, red label, red mark says that they are not safe, green mark says that nutritionally they are safe. We need to enforce them. We need to have such labels, and I fully agree with you that we need to have that. And like I said, what happens is when there is a fight between consumers, consumer interests, and industry interests, industry has a very strong lobby, so they always ensure that they win. They win because of their, they are united and they fight for their rights. So we need to, consumers, we need to unite and we need to fight for our rights and ensure that our voices are heard. And that is extremely important. In fact, I know my time is, I don't know if there is another speaker who's waiting. I'll just give you one small example. When Consumer Protection Act of 1986 came, and consumer courts started hauling up doctors and hospitals for medical negligence, Indian Medical Association filed a case before the Supreme Court, saying that doctors cannot come, doctors, hospitals cannot come under the consumer courts. And at that time, I remember their lobby was so strong, they organized so many meetings, this so strong, that at one time it looked like the Consumer Affairs Ministry or the government would change the laws to take them out of the purview of the consumer courts. Even though the Consumer Protection Act says that all services, paid services, come under the Consumer Protection Act, and this, it was very clear that health services also come under it. But at that time, I remember some of the consumer groups organized a protest, and they asked consumers to send just postcards to the Consumer Affairs Ministry saying, do not change the laws, do not allow hospitals and doctors to escape from the purview of the Consumer Protection Act. So thousands of letters went there, and that forced the government to listen to consumers. So I think we need to be proactive, and it's very extremely important. Thank you. So any more questions? I don't know if I have time.
Thank you,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. One question.
Yeah. Okay. Can I answer one last question, please?
Sure, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Yeah,
as a
thank you.
consumer, how should we
Yes.
identify fake or misleading advertisements?
Yeah. See, fake or misleading advertisements, it is not easy, but certain advertisements are easy to make out that it's fake or misleading. Some are not. It's very difficult. But if you have any doubt, for example, there are advertisements which say that, I see on television which says that, drink this tea, some herbal tea. If you drink, then you'll lose weight, or you'll become, all your diseases will disappear. Those are obvious cases of fake, misleading advertisements, but some are not. But whenever you come across any kind of advertisement which you suspect to be fake, you can always write to Central Consumer Protection Authority. And there is also a website of the Consumer Affairs Ministry, which where you can go and lodge a complaint against any advertisement which you think to be fake or misleading. Then I must also tell you, most important thing is, go to Advertising Standards Council of India website. Now they look at advertisements. You can, if you think that any advertisement, you are suspicious of it, you're not sure whether it's true what they're saying, so you can complain to Advertising Standards Council of India. So they look at those advertisements, they investigate, they look at it, and if they think that they are false, fake, misleading, then they ask them to stop such advertisements. If they don't do it, then they send such cases to the Consumer Affairs Ministry or the relevant ministry for further action. So I would, in fact, advise all of you to go to the Advertising Standards Council of India. In fact, every year they put out a list of advertisements which they have found to be misleading, and they have stopped such advertisements. And I must tell you, as students, you must know that there are lots of misleading advertisements issued by educational institutions. There are so many of them, and they have stopped them, and you can see the list, you can see them. And I think it's very important for you to look at those the information that they have put out, so that you don't fall prey. Of course, they stop such advertisements, but many times they come up again. So it's very important for you to look at such advertisements and the information, so that you are forearmed.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for such an amazing session. due to paucity of time, we won't be
Yeah,
able to take.
I'm sorry. I should have finished, at least 15 minutes
Not
earlier
at all, ma'am.
for
Not at all.
questions, but yeah, maybe some other time. Yeah.
It was an amazing session, ma'am. Very
Yeah,
informative. Thank you so much for your time.
I have a Twitter handle, and that is Pushpa Girimaji. Maybe I'll send it to the organizers. So I put out all my columns there. So please look at it so that you will also get to know what's happening in the area of consumer protection and consumer rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Have a great day.
Thank you. You too. Bye, and all the very best to you all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, ma'am. Thank you on behalf of everyone. Thank you. So in turns, our next session starts at 12:15 sharp. I request everyone to be there before time. You can enjoy your 3 minutes break, I guess now, because we'll start by 12:15. Also, after this session ends, the one that will start at 12:15, thereafter I'll guide you about the book review competition and the research project presentation. Thank you. Everyone, please turn on your cameras. Humble request to everyone to kindly turn on their cameras. Very good
Shweta, can you
afternoon,
hear
sir.
me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, sir. It's
Good
an
afternoon.
honor to have you here. I would take a few seconds to introduce you to our interns. With your due permission, sir.
Yeah, sure. Please go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So, interns, Mr. Mohammad Jamshed G, Special Rapporteur NHrc, is a former administrative member of Central Administrative Tribunal and a former member of Railways Board, Secretary to Government of India. Sir has also been senior advisor to the World Bank. He writes for all major newspapers regularly on public policy, governance, legal issues, and literature. Sir has a master's in humanities and he's a gold medalist of the University of Allahabad, where he also taught international affairs. Sir, we are looking forward to an engaging session with you. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Shelley. And it's indeed a privilege and kind of a nostalgia that I kind of get back to, talking to students from across the country. I mean, this is indeed a privilege. We have been, during our long tenures in the government, been talking to different groups, in fact, over a period of time, of journalists and officers and others, largely the public at large, but not the students. I mean, this is a rare occasion, and I'm sure that I'm going to enjoy that and cherish it. And this is a long session. I mean, this is almost about 1 hour long session where we have to share many things, and I'll also be sharing my experiences. You have already briefly mentioned. So it has been civil services way back after Allahabad University, and a very small teaching stint that I was teaching international affairs, and then joined the civil services. That was 1980. The journey began, and it ended with being the Secretary Government of India, and thereafter, last 5 years, I was into another domain, and that was the legal and judicial. So there would be a couple of students also here from the law colleges. I was adjudicating service matters as administrative member of the Central Administrative Tribunal in the principal bench at Delhi. And this is rank of the sitting judge of the High Court, and then you have to deal with all the cases. So 5 years, 5,000 cases disposed of. So there was another legal perspective to the whole thing. And of course, advisory role and in various places in a think tank, and also with the World Bank on regional integration of South Asia. So yeah, and human rights is something, in fact, that has been, I mean, not only as a part of the job that we have come across at different levels, in different formats, and in myriad reflections all over. But also that this is a subject matter that kind of hugely interests me personally. And I'm sure that, I mean, this is a group of people, group of students who have joined this internship. I mean, I must congratulate you, because this is a very, very significant area. If you can talk about human rights, and you can learn human rights, and you can be advocates of human rights, I mean, nothing can be better than that, because human rights is ultimately the fundamental right. I mean, it covers practically every single aspect. I mean, you're not in any small compartment of sorts, but you are overall. I mean, it's a human dignity. It's all about human rights and how human life. So today, we will have a longer session, and recently I was working on gender parity, and especially gender parity has many manifestations in many areas and many spheres where, I mean, it's a huge subject. So what I have specifically looked at, and I would like you also to later on call out all these documents, and that will be very, very thought-provoking, and at the same time very informative, because these are all about the 4 global reports that I have considered. Gender parity is one whole concept, theoretical concept, and then what is the gender parity? What is the status at this point of time of gender parity? That includes women's empowerment in many ways, and their participation in many ways, and what all they have been suffering from. So this is these 4 international global reports are all of 2025. I mean, these are not historical documents. These are all current status reports. You will have to also see, when you will start studying these reports, and you will also come to know and the Indian experience first.
This
and
meeting is
what
being
we
recorded
have,
and summarized.
what are the initiatives, what are the policy initiatives that are underway. in the country, and then later on we'll move from one report to another. Some of them will have similar kind of reflections, but then more and more it gets into your mind. You get to know how much is still left to be achieved by the globe generally, by all the countries together and the humanity together. So equal rights, I mean, you all know that it's all about equal rights of an individual, regardless of their gender identity, to life, liberty, economic opportunity, and dignity. I mean, this is basically the substructure of justice, development, and collective security. It is also a fundamental principle of the international law as recognized in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Gender equality is and should remain a primary public policy imperative, and this is what I very strongly feel. But yet, no country in the world, I mean, be it democratic, socialist, progressive, or high on human development index, I mean, some of these developed economies, they have achieved an equal gender parity. So the world has achieved important results in reducing a fundamental dimension of multidimensional poverty for women and girls, improving health and survival outcomes, and in protecting individuals from gender-based violence. But this progress has been incremental, and primarily these four reports considered are progress on sustainable development goals. You must have heard about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations, and I think item 5, that goal is the women. So the gender snapshot of 2025 of the United Nations, and then we have United Nations Women. There is another agency, UN Women of the United Nations, out of the 30 odd agencies that it has. And they have come out with a document of Beijing Declaration Platform for Action for UN Women, and 30 years after. This is the second very important report where they have taken the full assessment of the gender parity and what is happening globally at this point of time, 30 years after the Beijing Declaration was signed in 1995. So, and last is a very comprehensive report prepared by the World Bank. They are also talking about their strategy from 2024 to 2030. That report. More importantly, another very major report that I'm sure that you may have heard of it, but you may not have seen it. But this is World Economic Forum, WEF. World Economic Forum prepares reports every year. They have a group of economists. They visit all over the place, collect data, sort out, analyze, and then they come out with the full documents on different subjects. So their report is also, this is Global Gender Gap Report 2025. By World Economic Forum. This is also very significant, and we will also see some of the highlights of that report. But first of all, I mean, like on the eve of the Republic Day, many of you must have heard the address of the Honorable President of India, Srimati Draupadi Murmuji, on the eve of the Republic Day on 25th of January. And that's very significant because I think it so happened that, I mean, not only that she is a woman, but she is also very concerned about various issues related with that. She, in her address, and I read out that what she said, the active and empowered participation of women is extremely important for the development of the country. National efforts towards their health, education, safety, and economic empowerment have increased women's participation in many areas. He mentioned various policy guidelines and their impact, like inclusion of nearly 46% of women representative in local self-governments, which seeks to further increase the political empowerment of women. Opening of nearly 30 crore bank accounts by women, nearly 10 crore women getting associated with self-help groups and Nari Shakti Bandhan Abhiyan. The President's address conveyed a policy-driven approach by Government of India towards empowerment of women. She also mentioned various schemes which reflect Prime Minister of India's national initiative for Nari Shakti policies, which is basically the word used, in fact, is nowhere in the world but in India. It is women development to women-led development. In yet another major effort, the gender equality, women empowerment, and women-led development, the G20, when it happened in 2023 in India, in Delhi, they're also on the sidelines. In fact, India was instrumental in getting another document, another agreement prepared and signed, which is enhancing economic and social empowerment, bridging the gender digital divide, driving inclusive climate action, and securing women's food security, nutrition, and well-being. This was a document which was signed by all the countries of G20. So that was a major significant achievement. You must have seen and read about a lot of initiatives and policies by Government of India. I mean, some of them could be that we have signed CEDAW, which is the Convention on Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. This is a global treaty of 1993. And in a recent major development, in order to facilitate women's employment, 4 labor codes. I have gone specifically for that. These are the Code of Wages, the Industrial Relations Code, the Code on Social Security, and the Occupational Safety, Health, and Working Conditions Code have been implemented. I mean, this was another very major significant achievement towards their empowerment. A major constitutional amendment, another constitutional amendment, 106th Constitutional Amendment Act 2023, which was Nari Shakti Adhiniyam, has been enacted, providing for reservation of 1/3 seats of women in the House of People and in state legislative assemblies. Many other provisions have been made, and particularly for upliftment of women in the rural areas. Foundational policy initiatives have also been taken for safety and security of women and girls. And therefore, the Government of India, in a very focused manner, has talked about offences against women and children, which were earlier scattered across Indian penal codes and Indian criminal penal code. I mean, they have all been clubbed together of 1860. They have now been consolidated and they have come into force from 1st of July 2024 under the new legal framework. You must have heard about various sections which have been clubbed together, strengthening laws related to women and children, including Section 111 for that matter. This is organized crime against women. Section 69, sexual intercourse on false promise of marriage, employment, and promotion, or by suppressing identity. Section 99, buying a child for the purpose of prostitution. Section 70, gang rape, and Section 144, exploitation of a trafficked person. Penalties have been enhanced, and several other provisions have also been incorporated. In a marked shift, all these codes have been modified, and this is BNSS, you must have heard, which is Bharatiya Nagrik Suraksha Samhita, which used to be Indian Penal Code, 2023. It has adopted basically a victim-centric approach, which is safeguarding women's rights throughout the legal process. To ensure the safety of women at the workplace, the Ministry of Women and Child Development has also put in place an electronic platform called the She Box, SHE Box portal, which encompasses various provisions of Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Act. In this connection, when I was dealing with cases in the Central Administrative Tribunal as an administrative member across ministries and across public sector undertakings, we very often came across cases that had been filed by women against the ICC, which is the POSH Act, you must have heard, basically Prevention of Sexual Harassment at the Workplace. And there are ICC's internal complaints committees in every office, in every government office and the private office. There is mandatory to have an ICC. Now, ICC have to go through a certain kind of semi-judicial process of looking into the complaint, investigating, talking to both the complainant and also the person accused, and then finalize and submit their report. And there is a composition is also very different of these committees. And these committees' recommendation in itself can land somebody for a punishment, for a major penalty charge sheet, and that's been the government policy. So we often found that people were still aggrieved that ICCs had not done their work very properly. So the courts had to intervene at certain point of time. So, yeah, as far as India is concerned, and also country-specific data, although these are the figures, and many more figures you will get from the PIB release and from also the annual report of Ministry of Child and Women Development. But the reports that we'll be talking about, the global reports, are a little at variance with the data that is available countrywide. And then this is basically very logical, because these global agencies and the global reports are entirely dependent on the data that is coming from respective countries, and that is how they are compiled and analyzed. So there would be certain variations and there would be overlap in different reports, but it will be very interesting to learn. The snapshot of gender equality across UN SDGs. This is the first report prepared by UNDP and the United Nations in 2025 figures, and a snapshot for gender equality. Under the poverty-related Sustainable Development Goal, SDG, it is estimated that female poverty has hovered at around 10% since 2020. There hasn't been any significant change in that. If the current trend continues, it is estimated that over 351 million women and girls could still be living in extreme poverty by 2030, which is approximately 8.2%. By 2030 also, there will be only marginal improvement in that. Regarding the zero hunger goal, it is observed that in the report that 64 million more female adults are food insecure than male, their counterparts. This lack of food security will worsen dietary deficiencies and the health of women and girls, escalating the risk of anemia, which is predicted to rise among women. As far as the health and well-being goal is concerned, between 2000 to 2023, in about 23 years period, maternal mortality declined by 39, it has come down to 39.3%. Yet, women spent an average of 10.9 years in poor health compared to 8 years for men in 2021, suffering from various chronic conditions. The sustainable goal number 5, which is gender equality, indicates 99 positive legal reforms that help remove discriminatory laws and establish gender equality across the globe. Yet, significantly, only 38 countries have established 18 years as the minimum marriage age without exception. And just 63 countries have rape laws based on the lack of consent. Even in 2025, now, over 1 in every 8 women aged 15 to 49 years has been subjected to physical or sexual violence by a current or former intimate partner in the previous 12 months globally. I mean, that is so kind of shocking a picture. It is also indicated in the report that each year 4 million girls undergo female genital mutilation, with over 2 million before the age of 5. Furthermore, women and girls devote 2.5 times as many hours per day to unpaid domestic and care work compared to men. With regard to their participation, as of 1st January 2025, women held 27% of seats in national parliaments, only 27%. This is the global picture. This has slightly gone up from 2015 by about 4%. However, an astonishing 102 countries have never had a woman as head of a state or government out of the 190 odd countries. Globally, women occupy about 30% of managerial positions only. At the current pace of progress, the report says achieving a gender parity in management will take nearly a century. Only 56.3% of women aged 15 to 49 who are married or in a union have full decision-making power over their sexual and reproductive health and rights, based on data from 78 countries in the report. Another important thing is about global peace and conflict, and women in peace and conflict. So under the development goal of peace, justice, and strong institutions, the figure indicates that 676 million women and girls lived within 50 kilometers of a deadly conflict in 2024. How that impacts their lives. The highest recorded number since 1990s. National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security, crucial for peace building, are in place in 130 countries in 2025. This was an improvement by about 30. Globally, another very interesting data that has come out is globally 70% of men use internet compared to 65% of women. closing the gender digital divide by 2050 is estimated to benefit nearly 350 million women and girls, and their contribution as an additional 1.5 trillion to the global economy by 2030. This was very kind of a report which is very discomforting. At the same time, another report that has come is about Beijing Declaration of 1995 and the platform for action and the review of this report after 30 years. It has also been declared that 2025 is the year for women and girls. And 30 years, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, it was adopted in 1995, this declaration by 189 countries. And there were transformative measures that were taken in 12 critical areas. On the evidence from 30th anniversary review, which included 159 member state reports and broad consultations, a report has been developed, which the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, when he was writing the foreword, he wrote that 20 years after Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, 189 member states meeting in China, its stature and significance as a roadmap for the achievement of gender equality remains undiminished. This pivotal document continues to guide the global struggle against constraints and obstacles to the empowerment of women around the world. He further forewarned the global community and added, in the face of new forces threatening the rights of women and girls, we must return to the agenda set by the Platform for Action and renew our commitment to carry it forward. Now, Beijing Agenda was adopted during the Fourth World Conference of Women in 1995. Whenever you are dealing with this subject, you must take this document into account, the Beijing Agenda, 1995 by 189 countries. The states agreed to a commitment to the equal rights and inherent human dignity of women and men and other purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, that is CEDAW. They reaffirmed that the human rights of women and girls are an inalienable, integral, and indivisible part of all human rights and fundamental freedoms. Another major commitment was the empowerment and advancement of women, including the right to freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and belief. The Beijing Declaration has been people have been working on it, countries have been working on it, and finally, when the report 30 years after was submitted, there were certain key findings that I would like to share with you, and the urgent need of bold actions was necessitated as a review. It had considered a roadmap for gender equality for all women and girls. Equally empowerment was developed with 6.1 points. 6 points were bridging the digital gender gap. Number 2, placing women at the heart of sustainable economic development. Number 3, ending violence against women. Number 4, advancing women's leadership and decision making. Number 5, increasing accountability in peace, security, and humanitarian action. And number 6 was striving for climate justice. The key findings from these 6 main areas and 12 other critical areas indicate some very uneven gains for gender equality after the 30 years after the Beijing Declaration. And this you must pay attention to is, as far as the legal equality is concerned, despite over 1,500 legal reforms, women still have only 64% of the legal rights of men, even the legal rights. Parliaments, the proportion of women in parliaments, although it has doubled since 1995, yet 3/4 of parliamentarians are still men. I mean, everybody should question this. This is just not understandable why in a representative democratic systems, why 50% should not be there. As far as poverty is concerned, 10% of women and girls live in extremely poor households. This rise to 24% of women between 18 to 34 years old, who are also most likely to have young children, so they will also be affected by this poverty. Education globally, 59.5 million adolescent girls miss out on their fundamental right to education, especially in sub-Saharan Africa and Central and Southern Asia. Southern Asia concerns us because we are in Southern Asia. As far as violence is concerned, conflict-related sexual violence increased by 50%, with women and girls making up 95% of the victims. Labor force, only 63% of women are in labor force compared to 92% of men. Technology, over 277 million more men use internet in 2024 than women. While women using the internet increased from 50 to 65%, the gap still remains. Social protection, 2 billion women and girls have no social protection coverage. When we are talking about in terms of the billions, 800 billions is the world's population. Child marriage, between 2003 to 2023, the proportion of women married as children declined from 24 to 19%. This was a positive but a very slow movement in that direction. Maternal mortality is, while deaths declined by 1/3, the maternal mortality ratio remains almost unchanged globally. Only 4% of aid went to programs where gender equality as the principal objective. That is the aid which is given to various other countries. The performance of the 6-point agenda is also described as tardy and slow. Globally, 772 million women work in informal economy and lack social protection. However, the number of countries with laws prohibiting gender-based discrimination in employment has significantly increased from around 60 to almost 116 since 1995. A staggering 736 million, when we talk about 736 million, would be 73 crore women, or 1 in 3 are subjected to physical or sexual violence by an intimate partner. Women's participation in government remains abysmal. Global military expenditure, although it has reached 2.44 trillion per year by 2023, double the level of 1995. At the same time, you would realize that how impacts. In 2023, about 612 million women and girls lived within 50 kilometers of at least one of the 170 armed conflicts, an increase of about 54% since 2010. Number of conflicts have gone up, and obviously everybody gets impacted. Women get impacted and children get impacted more than anyone else. It is also estimated that the worst case climate scenario, an additional 236 million women and girls could be pushed into food insecurity by 2050. This was another alarming report of 30 years review after Beijing by UN Women, that agency. I'll come to the third report we were considering four. So this is the World Bank assessment and gender strategy. Now, some of the highlights of the gender strategy 2024-2030, basically they have talked about growing global instability and how it impacts the women. And they are saying something which is very, very significant, because the World Bank is the agency, in fact, which provides all kinds of assistance for various programs in a large number of countries. They said that gender equality, a development outcome with deep intrinsic value, risks being overshadowed by crisis and undermined by traditional power relations and backlash. At the current rate of progress, it would take more than 100 years for women to reach parity with men. So they are also talking about 100 years. Another report is talking about 137 years. I mean, whether we, this generation, your generation, or for that matter, all of us together are prepared for this kind of a situation and wait for about 100 years for bringing about gender parity, which should be there today. The mixed progress in human development capital they have talked about. They also talked about persistence, legal and economic barriers. The World Bank report says that women's economic prospects remain constrained. According to Women, Business and the Law, there's another group, 2024, women globally have only 2/3 of the legal rights of men. In 77 countries, women are legally prohibited from working in the same jobs and industries as men, exacerbating occupational segregation and the gender wage gap. Labor force participation gap is 53% for women compared to 80% for men in jobs. And especially, this is a very bad situation in Middle East, North Africa, and South Asia. Youth unemployment is higher among women than men. Women in the labor force are half as likely as men to have full-time wage. Their employment tends to be more informal and vulnerable, and they earn US dollar 0.77 for every dollar earned by men. So it is just about 70% that they earn for doing the same kind of job. Underrepresentation in business ownership and leadership has also been highlighted. Gender-based violence, they have talked about GB. You will also be, when you will be dealing with the issue of human rights, then this is the word that's being used is GBV, is gender-based violence. Gender-based violence, they have also said, has far-reaching consequences, including deteriorating physical and mental health, reduced access to education and employment, poorer human development and economic outcomes for survivors. Impact of crisis, fragility, and climate change has also been dealt with in this report at length, and how they have so adversely impacted women and girls. Gender equality as a driver of development. I mean, they obviously talk about, I mean, everybody talks about some very high-sounding words, but what the World Bank says, take it seriously. Gender equality also, they have said that the International Monetary Fund recognizes the growth-enhancing effects of increasing women's labor force participation, improving talent allocation, wages, representation, and leadership. Long-run income per capita could be almost 20% higher by doing all these things if women were employed at the same rate as men. Then, of course, they talk about disadvantages faced by sexual and gender minorities at the same pace as other reports have mentioned. They have talked about persistent unequal social norms. And this is interesting because they have also quoted, this report has quoted two more globally accepted reports. Unequal social norms. I mean, this is, young people should be kind of really concerned with this. Stereotypes and biases about gender roles continue to reinforce structural inequalities. The United Nations Development Program Gender Social Norms Index indicates that 90% of men and 86% of women hold at least one bias against gender equality. Can you imagine? I mean, like, this is the kind of bias genders have about each other. The Gallup World Poll, covering 60 countries and representing 80% of the world's population, shows that gender stereotyping remains widespread, and that support for gender equal policies is often underestimated in high inequality countries due to misperceptions of social norms. I mean, this is very crucial. A significant share of respondents in the Pew Research is another very globally accepted research. In the Pew Research Center's 2019 Global Attitudes Survey, favored preferential treatment for men when jobs are scarce. Additionally, a global study by Ecomundo finds that young men are increasingly holding more restrictive views. Young men globally are holding more restrictive views. Some countries have also reversed laws and policies supporting women's rights, including sexual and reproductive health and rights, SRHR. Again, a very disturbing report, and I've come to the final report, which is, I said, is a very significant one, which is done by the World Economic Forum. They do it on various subjects, and this time the report is Global Gender Gap Report 2025 is called. And they mentioned that in uncertain times for global gender equality, the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap Report stands out as one of the few comprehensive. This is the 277-page report. It finds that average global gender gap over 30% across 4 key dimensions that are economic participation and opportunity, political empowerment, educational attainment, health and survival. This is also the only report available, global report, because now the United Nations, in various reports, they do the rankings, but they have stopped doing the rankings. I could see that other reports are not mentioning that, where do the countries stand, and some kind of an analysis. But this World Economic Forum report on Global Gender Gap Report 2025 does that. 0 to 1, they have given certain kind of markings. The Gender Global Report 2025, prepared by the World Economic Forum, it observes that the gender gap, currently stands at 68.8%, with country-wise scores provided in the index. Compared to 2024, progress has been limited, an increase of only 0.3 percentage points from 68.4% to 68.8% in 2025. That means that a percentage would mean that 100 is the gender parity level, and no gender parity is zero. So you are at 66%. Globally, it is 66%. We have reached only 66% of gender parity. Another about 30% has to be done, including slow momentum in closing the global gender gap. So there is a very slow movement. Based on the current pace of progress, the report estimates that it may take approximately 123 years to achieve full global parity. I mean, this should be an eye-opener for all governments, civil society people, and in general. It says, the report mentioned that no country has achieved full gender parity. No country. I mean, not even the European countries or American or Scandinavian that we talk about. Iceland leads the global gender gap index with a score of 92.6%. Iceland. The top 10 economies have, that is basically the European and the American economies, have closed more than 80% of their gender gaps. European countries dominate this group, occupying 8 positions out of 10, including Iceland, Finland, Norway, Sweden, UK, Republic of Moldova, and Germany. High-income countries have closed about average 74.3% of the gender gap, compared with 69% in upper middle income countries, 66% in lower middle income countries, and 66.4% in low income economies. Among the 148 countries covered in 2025 report, the health and survival gender gap is 96.2%. Educational attainment 95, economic participation 61, and political empowerment only 22%. So there is the largest gender gap is in political empowerment and also in economic participation and activities. Economic participation and activities has shown that, however, at this rate it is projected that about 162 years it will take to fully close the gap. Economic participation and opportunity has improved only by 5.6%. So the report also analyzes regional gender gap patterns, and this would be of interest to all of you, because hearing about where we are and how we rank in the global reports. The regional ranking having closed 75.8% for Europe. Europe ranks second. Basically, the North America leads in 2025, is top in the ranking as a region, closing the gender gap at 75%, followed by Europe, which is ranking with 75.1% of its gender gap closed, despite uneven performance in the region. Latin America and Caribbean ranked third with 74%, followed by Central Asia in fourth place in a parity of 69%. East Asia and Pacific ranks fifth at 69%. Sub-Saharan Africa ranks sixth. Now, this is very interesting. We have always been talking about a very limited development in Sub-Saharan Africa and how it is been suffering. But there are countries, in fact, which have done wonderfully well in terms of the gender gap closing. Sub-Saharan Africa ranks sixth, achieving a gender parity of 68%. And the region shows 146th globally. I mean, basically, it's with a score. Now, with countries as Namibia closing at 81%, and that is why the average has gone up. With chart ranking 146, which is the lowest, basically. With a score of 57%, South Asia region ranks 7th. I mean, the region where we live, I mean, the region of India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal. This is 57% and ranks 7th. There is only the 8th place, basically, for the West Asia. So the World Economic Global Gap Report places India at around 130th position, basically. Which is basically depending on the kind of data that they have analyzed and the data they have sourced from different sources. We will not go for that. But I think finally, the direction is very clear. I mean, like the global reports indicate, the global bodies indicate, and the countries have already, they are aware, they have ratified these agreements, that the path is very clearly worked out. Feudal mindsets and patriarchy, in any case, continue to cause significant stumbling blocks that you are all aware of. It's time for every man and woman to work together, forward, demand, and achieve gender parity in all walks of life. It's time for gender parity to be at the center of every government policy, civil discourse, developmental agenda. Each man and woman must work towards and demand gender parity in all walks of life. I mean, there's basically there can't be any conclusion to an ongoing process. So nothing can be concluded as a final word. But we have to move forward, and governments around the world must do better. I think the progress that we have seen is not the progress that 21st century 2025 should be achieving. So I'm sure that I'll request you all to have a look, in fact, when you are doing this internship, and because this will give you a multifaceted status of the global status of gender parity and women's empowerment and their human rights. The human rights, in any case, is a larger subject. I have taken a subject which is perhaps is at the core of human rights development globally. So I think with that, it's been a heavy dose of kind of a lecture, but the whole idea was to kind of get you tuned to and get you interested in going through and reading some of these reports also during your internship, which will give you great benefit. And I wish you all a very, very bright career and very bright life, and a world very soon and very early for which you will be working, which will have gender parity the way we would like to have it. Thank you so much.
Thank you for such a great interactive session. I would seek your permission before opening the floor for questions.
Yes.
From the interns.
Yeah, if you have anything that you would like on this subject, then very much, or even otherwise, for that matter, like related to what I have been doing last many decades.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your permission. So, interns, if you have any questions related to the session, or sir has already given you the liberty to ask any question to him related to his past experiences. So the floor is open.
That you're looking forward to. Yeah. I'm sure that they have already got a lot in terms of, and going back and kind of maybe looking at it and think about it. So that's perfectly all right. Yes.
Any questions?
Sir?
Yeah.
So, myself Mihir, I'm doing my major in economics.
Mihir, yes.
Recently, few research papers I have been going through where it is mentioning that women education and employment for the employment for those women who are educated are negatively related. So, as per you, how education attainment is increasing, but employment for the same is impacting by their social and socio-cultural um, relations and all. And the women who's not so much educated, they are more into the sectors rather than this. So, what's your opinion, and how the education should be a pillar for the women employment?
No, I'm sure that when you start looking at all these things, it's a very interesting question, and this is also about it goes into the psychological part of it, which is basically about the mindset. I mean, if somebody who is getting education, the similar kind of education that you are getting and your colleague is getting, and why you should be in a position to get the job, or for that matter, get a better job, or for that matter, get higher salaries than your counterpart who is only gender different. I mean, that is why the policy and the government policy interventions are required. The labor force, which is basically, as you are saying, that those educated, I mean, somebody who is already educated and getting into maybe a teaching in a primary school is kind of, the salary pattern is very limited. Maybe compared to that, there's a labor woman, in fact, who earns a little more than that. If this is around 2,000, 3,000 rupees a month, teaching in a small school in a village, compared with that, if there is a manual labor for that matter under even that Manrega scheme, and that would be earning around 3,500 rupees or working in the field. No, that should not be there. This should not just be acceptable. This is again because there is a mindset. I mean, like in the position of those who are giving jobs, that position has been occupied largely by males, those who are the decision makers. Now, this has also to change. If there are more and more number of people in the Gram Panchayats, to the legislature, to the parliament, and also in different groups, they have to come forward. I mean, the mindset should totally change. It is the same education, same person who has to get the same minimum education and higher education and get the same job with the same parity. Then nothing, it doesn't happen. So this is economics. I mean, like we can analyze the data that it is not happening. But we don't have to stop there. I mean, this is a very theoretical sky. This is happening. This is 27% only and 80% for men, or this is 30% for women and 80% of men. No. I mean, like I'm reminded of a famous two lines somewhere. I mean, which indicates this kind of a position that masla jab bhi hawaon ka utha, masla jab bhi diyon ka utha, फैसला सिर्फ हवा करती है. फैसला हवा को क्यों करना चाहिए? जो इशू है, इशू इज डिफरेंट. इशू इज बेसिकली अ जेंडर बेस्ड इशू. And issue, this is time when the women have to decide, when they have to be there. How can we afford a situation in 2025 is still talking about and celebrating a Women's Day and then talking about women's empowerment? It is basically, it has to come not only from women, but also from those men, in fact, who have to think absolutely equally. Absolutely equally. I mean, there just cannot be any parity. So once that happens, that mindset changes, then you will find that many, many more women would be, they're all capable women. If they are not there in that job today, just because they are not being allowed that job, that opportunity is not being given to them. Tomorrow there is an opportunity, it's the same kind of an education as you rightly said. Same kind of education, same job, same payments, same kind of wages should be there. So you have to work to that. And she has to work to that. All of us together.
Thank you, sir.
Any other question from any intern?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
In your views, how important is it male participation in achieving gender parity?
It is very important. It is very important because till this point of time, the decision makers, those who have to decide, are still in majority males. Therefore, their role is very, very significant, but their role should not be hampered or get impacted by their own mindset, by the mindsets of patriarchy, which basically pushes everyone into a very dismal kind of a position. It is also, I mean, very often it is said that women have to come out and women have to, get their position and they have to snatch their position. I mean, that apart. But today, if you are holding that position and if you are the person who is in charge of that factory, you are the person who is in charge of giving a job, and you are not allowing women to come up. But therefore, it is very, very important that the role that the men have to play. And they, more than them, are the governments, basically. Because it is, after all, if you have a democratically elected government, then the rules should be made statewide. A very major achievement has taken place by 30% reservation, 33% reservation. Why not 50% reservation? I mean, I do not understand any logic to that. Why should it be gradual? I mean, how long will we continue to have incremental growth, incremental progress towards gender parity? It is understood very well. There should be gender parity. Everybody accepts that. If everybody accepts that, then it has to be in proportion to the population. The female population is 50%, 49%. So 49% is 49. Your representation should be 49%. So whatever needs to be done for that has to be done. Whether it has to be done by men or it has to be done by women. I mean, that's my personal view here.
A very warm good afternoon to you, sir.
Afternoon.
Firstly, it was a very wonderful session, and we all have so many experience from it. And my question is to you that I think we should not read section 14 separately. There's a golden triangle, so we should include section 14, 19, and 21 in a big sphere as it is. After
Mm-hmm.
that, there is a yeah. After that, there is a discrimination is a parameter. Practically speaking, is a parameter. It is there in itself. There is some sort of disparity between women and male in the society. Practically, it is there in itself. We have to gain and give our input from it. So it's my views on that. I would like to just add on your part.
Yeah, that's right. That's a very interesting view, and you are absolutely right. In fact, that is how this is the direction that we should be moving in. Yes.
Thank you so much.
And Shelly, if there's no more question in that case, I've also been writing. In fact, you should all be kind of a little more creative about the whole thing. And apart from the nuts and bolts of the processes, there was a small poem that I had written some time back. It's also kind of about to be published soon, and this is on feminism. I mean, like I, the feminist, for that matter. So this is a very small poem I would like to read out to you all. They always believed it to be a class a struggle that never found even the benefit of doubt. Submerged in the other gender-led hysteria, revolts, uprisings. For they, the largest group, never treated equal. In matters equity, liberty, freedom, and even of choice, the curse for Adam was to labor and Eve to bear pain. Patriarchs deciding their destinies, their lives for ages. Men continue to decide for them, for their choices and thoughts. They are taught to obey, follow, accept, love, and hate. Their limits and laws, traditions and customs, all made for them by that other controlling gender, controlling their minds, bodies, and souls, and the views of the skies. Any generation, now or in future, must be judged and tested for the roles they played in bridging parity of the two lives so different. Evolution was for humanity, not only for the mankind, in inverted commas, mankind. I, the feminist, shall support all the women's rights and all their wrongs. Thank you very much. I think
Thank you so much, sir. It was such an awakening poem, and you have truly done justice to the topic of the session, sir. Thank you so much.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Mhm.
Sir, what are your views on the impact of women's reservation in Panchayati Raj institutions, which was inserted by the 73rd Constitutional Amendment 1993? As one third seats has been reserved for women, but they are only like show cards or contesting elections. But after winning elections, the actual decisions are taken by their husbands or male leads. So, sir, how can we improve that, and what are your views on this particular topic?
You continue to have that. You continue to have that. This is a very major step that has been taken. Now, whenever you take a major step, a very positive step, there would be kind of shortfalls and there will be fault lines. I mean, today what happens is that somebody gets elected basically with the support of the male partner in the family, a woman in the panchayat. And then finally, decisions are also being taken. This is the general story that we keep hearing. But you have more and more 30% of the reservation in legislative assemblies, 30% in the parliament. When that is enacted and it starts happening, and thereafter moving toward in the direction of getting the 50% reservation, you will find that things will change. Things will dramatically change. Even now, there would be gradual changes, but at least there are 30% who are getting elected. There are 30% who are, as we say in legal terms, de facto and de jure. So at least de jure may be a man behind her, but de facto she is there. De facto may be the man behind her, but de jure she is there. She is the panchayat pramukh. So this in itself is a step forward and we should appreciate those steps. At the same time, we strengthen these institutions.
So I wanted to ask you that as you enlisted so many global reports and data, can you share it by any other way, by any text or PDF or something?
Oh yes, I think Shelly would be able to help you with that, and you can certainly access it. I will, like, if you on the Google search, go to the UN Women and UN Statistics. www.unstatistics is one, and when you kind of Google, you will find World Economic Forum report second, and if you go to World Bank website and look for the Gender Parity Report 2024-2030, you will get that also. And if possible, I'll ask the NHrc to kind of maybe share some of the papers that I have made out. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think, Shelly, we should be.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. The organization is grateful for your presence here today and for such an amazing session. Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Thank you all. God bless you.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I think there was some connectivity issue that end. I can't see any of your cameras over there. Interns?
We can hear you.
Okay. So all I wanted to say is that before you go for your lunch, I want to tell you that there are approximately 31 of you who have yet not edited that Google Doc and you have not put your
Yes, ma'am, I'm Christy and I will do that
no,
today.
I see
To log in.
there are 31 in number. If you want, I'll call out the names, but I'm refraining from doing that. So the maximum time that you have, Shrishti, can you please mute yourself? Yeah. So I request everyone to kindly do that by 2:30 today. After that, no extension would be given.
Ma'am, I wanted to ask something about the
Yes,
book,
please.
about that list. I
Mhm.
studied and entered the book, but I want to edit it.
माइक तो
I
काम
want to
करता
enter
होता का माइक
another book.
Whatever changes you want to make to the list,
माइकिंग न्यूज
as far as you are concerned,
लेकिन आई में बाजा पड़ता
kindly make that 2:30 is the deadline. After 2:30, I'll not let anyone change make any changes to that doc and I'll take the access back.
Ma'am, I'm unable to edit that doc.
Who's it?
Ma'am, Dipanshu.
Dipanshu, if
writer
Dipanshu, you are unable to
Writer.
do it. Tell me the name of your book then.
Ma'am.
Or do one thing, just drop a text. And who is your team coordinator? Group coordinator?
I've already put his book in that list. The link that you have pinned in the group, in that I have seen that his book name is there.
Yeah, and even Dipanshu's name is not there in the list of 31 who haven't written their names. The
Ma'am,
name of their books.
I have a query. The book I have selected for the book review is in Marathi language. So,
That would be an issue. Only Hindi and English are allowed.
right. Okay, ma'am. I will edit it.
Ma'am, can we include like bestseller books?
Right. Right.
Yes, Tanya.
Ma'am, can we?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, it's me. Ma'am, can we use bestseller
Move it to
books?
bachcha.
See,
Oh.
what is written in the guidelines is that
May
you
Baba
should
kill.
avoid bestseller book, but it is not prohibited. The objective is to ensure that
I think everyone who plays Free Fire has seen this video, but
something
what
new
almost
comes
no
up,
one has
because
seen
bestseller
is
books
what
are
really
already being
happens when you throw
criticized,
the
or there
root
are
buttons on
feedback
top of each other. Because
related
that
to
little guy playing around here
bestseller
is editing, right?
So
This
basically,
makes things funny for the video.
guidelines
They
say
think they're
that
funny,
you
right?
should avoid
But
that,
what
but there
happens
is no
when you
prohibition.
do that? So let's go
Rest
to
is up to
training
you.
and change the root here, guys. Put things right on
I
top of
have
each other.
cleared the guidelines.
Oh man, we're
to
here
you.
on the root. Now it's time for the truth. It's time for us to know the truth,
What
guys.
is the
I'm gonna put them one on top of
deadline
each other
to
right now. And
submit
watch me
this
while I
book
put all
review?
the Free Fire
Because in the
buttons here,
PDF
one on
it's
top of
not
the other,
written.
bro.
The
What do you
date is
prefer?
not mentioned.
Follow me or never see your mom again.
To
Keep
submit
watching,
the
huh?
book
A mother is a mother.
review
Oh, finally all the little buttons on top
or
of each
to
other, huh?
submit the
Now the
name
only
of the
truth is
book.
right. I'm even shaking. I'm
To
even
submit
sweating
the
to know
book
what's gonna
review
happen.
and the
We'll see.
presentation which we have to
Okay,
frame.
Oh no.
so Monday is your
You're gonna have to lie down.
preliminary round for the book
Oh, that's
review.
it. Oh,
So
opening
by
my backpack, guys.
Saturday night,
Until depending on where I click, it recognizes the
max
type
to
of button.
max,
You've definitely seen this little video here.
Ma'am, you are not audible.
Let's go.
I hope you guys are listening to me.
Ma'am, you were not
Now
audible.
it's
Ma'am, will you read
Swati. Is Swati there?
Yes, ma'am.
Swati, you are there?
Yes, ma'am.
Swati, you have sent a message to me telling me the name of your book.
Speaking Truth to Power by Anita Hill.
Yeah, so who's your group coordinator?
I don't know. I think Nandini.
You are saying you don't know and you are taking name also.
वो एडमिन में वही है, उसी का नाम है, तो मेरे को ये
So
पता
just
चला था कि
so just figure it out that who's your group coordinator. Tell your group coordinator to update your book. Okay, your query is answered now.
Ma'am, will you please explain what is the deadline to submit book review?
It is Saturday, 11:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Ma'am, I wrote my book's name yesterday, but when I saw Abhi just Turant, so my book name is not there.
इस चॉकलेट का नाम है तो
Who's it?
जो बिल्कुल भी
Samriddhi.
नॉर्मल चॉकलेट की तरह
So
नहीं
write it
है,
again.
क्योंकि ये बनती है लगभग 6 महीनों तक वुडन बैरल्स में एजेड होने के बाद, जिसमें यूज होती है वर्ल्ड की रेयरेस्ट कोकोआ बीन्स, जो ऑलमोस्ट खत्म हो चुकी है। इसमें नेचुरल शुगर बहुत कम होती है, लेकिन इसका टेस्ट
If you
काफी
have
स्ट्रांग
any
और
other
प्योर
query,
होता
just
है।
come
इसीलिए
back
ये
by
बच्चों वाले
2
स्वीट
5
चॉकलेट नहीं, बल्कि एक लग्जरी
and I'll
चॉकलेट
take up all your
है।
queries.
पैकेजिंग में ही एडिबल गोल्ड यूज होता है। और अगर बात करूं इसके प्राइस की, तो बस इतू सी आएगी 80,000 में। इसीलिए ये चॉकलेट तू मुझे मारेगा साले, तू मुझे मारेगा, आजा। तो आज मैं 100 रुपए से देखने वाला हूँ डोमिनोज में मुझे क्या खाने को मिलता है। हाँ गाइस, आज बजट थोड़ा कम है, बट देखते हैं 100 रुपए में डोमिनोज हमें क्या खिलाता है। तो डोमिनोज में अंदर एंट्री करते हैं, हमें ये पेपर मिल जाता है। यहाँ पे पढ़ने थोड़ी आए और ना तो इसमें 100 रुपए की कोई आइटम दिख रही है। तो काउंटर पे जाके हम ये बोल देते हैं 100 रुपए में कुछ अच्छा सा खाने का है तो प्लीज हमें दे दो, क्योंकि ऑर्डर तो हम सिर्फ घर के बाहर ही दे सकते हैं। अगर घर पे देने की कोशिश करी तो कल ही मेरा यूट्यूब बंद हो जाएगा और बोरिया बिस्तर लेके मैं काम पे जाता दिखूंगा। और अब मैं बस खाली बैठे बैठे ये सोच रहा था कि ये मुझे 100 रुपए में 10-12 पिज्जा खाने को तो नहीं दे देंगे, और इतनी देर में हमारा ऑर्डर रेडी हो जाता है। और डोमिनोज के पिज्जा की खुशबू तो क्या ही बताना। जो पिछली बार मील ली थी वो 120 रुपीज की थी, और इस वीडियो को इतना प्यार दिखाया कि वो 1 मिलियन पहुंच चुकी है। और इस 100 रुपीज वाली मील में मिलती है कोक, पिज्जा, टमाटर की चटनी और ये टिक्की। तो डोमिनोज को टैग करो जिससे मुझे वो खुद स्पॉन्सर दे। तो आज मैं 100 रुपए से देख
फिल्मों में दिखाए जाने वाले 10 सबसे बड़े झूठ। नंबर 1, कोई भी दोनों हाथों से गोलियां नहीं चला सकता, क्योंकि एक साथ 2 टारगेट बनना बहुत ही मुश्किल है। नंबर 2, फिल्मों में क्लोरोफॉर्म सुंघाने से इंसान तुरंत बेहोश हो जाता है, लेकिन क्लोरोफॉर्म का असर 5 मिनट के बाद होता है। नंबर 3, पुलिस किसी भी फोन कॉल को 1 मिनट में ट्रैक नहीं कर सकती, इसके लिए कई घंटे लग सकते हैं। नंबर 4, गन चलाकर ताले को नहीं तोड़ा जा सकता, क्योंकि ताला बुलेट से भी मजबूत होता है। नंबर 5, साइलेंसर गन की आवाज को पूरी तरीके से कम नहीं करता, साइलेंसर लगाने के बाद ही गोली चलाने की आवाज आती है। नंबर 6, फिल्मों में स्काई ड्राइविंग करते समय बात करते दिखाया जाता है, लेकिन असल में हवा के कारण आवाज सुनाई ही नहीं देती। नंबर 7, अगर कोई व्यक्ति लापता है तो 24 घंटे के बाद ही रिपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, ये भी एक झूठ है। नंबर 8, फिल्मों में ग्रेनेड के पिन को दांतों से निकालते हुए दिखाते हैं, लेकिन असल में आपके दांत टूट जाएंगे लेकिन पिन नहीं निकलेगा। नंबर 9, अगर किसी का दिल धड़कना बंद कर दिया है तो उसे डिफाइब्रिलेटर शॉक देकर दोबारा शुरू नहीं कर सकते। नंबर 10, जब एक बम फटता है तो इस तरह से आग के गोले नहीं निकलते, बल्कि सिर्फ धूल ही हवा में उड़ती है। फिल्मों में दिखाया जा
बेटा राय स्टार सीजन 1 से 10 तक देखकर हवा निकल गई।
अबे 10 कुत्ते मिलकर भी शेर का शिकार नहीं कर सकते।
देख रहे हो भाइयों, हमें कुत्ता बता रहा है।
गोल्डन सेना, आज तो इसे अपनी पावर दिखा ही दो।
अरे आओ ना भाई, दिखाओ पावर।
सीजन 10, जा मेरे शेर, हरा दे इसको।
आजा बेटा आजा।
अरे वाह ग्रीन M10, क्या बात है।
ये देखो अपनी ग्रीन M10 और ये पड़ा तुम्हारा सीजन 10।
कोई बात नहीं, सीजन 9 तो अंबानी है।
राय स्टार भाई, अंबानी आ गया तुम्हारे सामने। अबे अंबानी की टट्टी, ये ले MP5 भाई, ये वाला तो नहीं है। अरे ये तो सच में टट्टी निकला। चल भाई सीजन 8 आजा।
चलो राय स्टार, पहले तुम दिखाओ इमोट।
ले भाई दिखा एक्समेट।
ये करके दिखाओ।
अबे साले मेरे अंदर घुस जा, निकल यहाँ से।
ये देखो P2 के बंडल हवा निकाल देगा राय स्टार की।
अच्छा तो निकाल भाई हवा। अरे लोल, ये भी ग्रीन M10 दिखा रहा है नूबड़ा।
सीजन 6, कुछ कर भाई, इज्जत का सवाल है।
ले AK मैक्स दिखाता मैं तो।
अभी गोल्डन वालों से लेना है टैक्स, ले पकड़ अपनी AK मैक्स।
कोई बात नहीं, बहुत हुआ, अब गोल्डन वाले फाड़ देंगे।
राय स्टार भाई, ऐसा इमोट दिखाओ जिससे ये सारे डर जाए। ये देखो न्यू M60।
अरे मैया, ये मैं क्या देख लिया।
लो भाई, गया तुम्हारा गोल्डन सीजन 5।
सीजन 4, जा बना दे इसका मोर।
अरे ये क्या बनाएगा मेरा मोर। लो ये पड़ा तुम्हारा सीजन 4।
देखना सीजन 3 नहीं छोड़ेगा इसको।
लो भाई, ये तो नूब निकला, AK दिखा रहा है, बताओ।
बहुत हुआ, बस जाओ गोल्डन हिप हॉप, दिखा दो जलवा।
ले राय स्टार, वुडपीकर का इमोट देखा है कभी?
बेटा मेरे पास सारी गन मैक्स है, ये पकड़ अपना इमोट। गोल्डन सकुरा, अब तेरी बारी।
रुको मैं ही बताता हूँ इसको, चल दिखा इमोट।
ले बेटा रेड M10 दिखा। गाइस न्यू डायमंड ग्लिच आया है, जल्दी नीचे 4000 पे क्लिक करके अनलिमिटेड डायमंड ले लो।
बेटा राय स्टार सीजन 1 से 10 तक देखकर हवा।
गाइस इस बंदे के गेम में एक नहीं बल्कि 2 हैकर हैं, और इस बंदे ने दिमाग लगाकर दोनों हैकर को एक साथ मारा है। आप लोग वीडियो को पूरा जरूर देखना। ओके देखो भाई, ये बंदा अपने टीममेट को रिवाइव कर रहा है, इसको भी मार दिया यार। देखो दोनों हैकर इसके पास आ गए, ये है 2 हैकर इसके ऊपर लोल इमोट दिखा रहे हैं, हंस रहे हैं, और यहाँ से चले गए। देखो भाई कितना स्पीड से भाग रहे हैं वो लोग। इस बंदे ने इंजेक्शन लगा लिया। ओके अब देखो अपने टीममेट्स को भी रिवाइव कर दिया। अब ये यहाँ से चले गए, और ये 2 बंदे एक ओल्ड ट्रिक का यूज करेंगे। देखो यहाँ पर आने के बाद ये बंदा यहाँ पर मुक्का चला रहा है, और इसको बोल रहा है कि तू मेरे पीछे गाड़ी को ठोक दे। इस बंदे ने गाड़ी को ठोक दिया, और ये बंदा इसके अंदर आ गया। अब देख रहा भाई, इसका टीममेट जो होगा वो नो इंटरनेट प्रैंक करेगा, और वो बंदा इन दोनों हैकर को एक साथ निपटा देगा यार। तो ये 2 बंदे ओल्ड प्लेयर है यार, इनको एक्सपीरियंस है, आजकल के न्यू प्लेयर थोड़ी ना है यार। गाइस इस बंदे के गेम में
इस वीडियो को ना लास्ट से देखना। हर बैठा हुआ बंदा कैंपिंग नहीं करता होगा भाई, उसकी कुछ घर की मजबूरियां भी होंगी। इस वीडियो को देखने के बाद ना आपका नजरिया भी चेंज हो जाएगा और आप ना बिल्कुल इमोशन हो जाओगे। तो इस वीडियो को लास्ट से जरूर देखना।
हाँ भाई, कैसा लगा कैंपिंग करके? हो गई तेरी कैंपिंग? भाई कैंपिंग नहीं कर रहा था यार, मम्मी के पैर दबा रहा था, उनकी तबीयत थोड़ी खराब है।
गाइस इस वीडियो को ना लास्ट से देखना। हर बैठा हुआ बंदा कैंप। भाई मान लो आप चिप्स खा रहे हो, लेकिन देखो थोड़ी सी चिप्स बच गई है, तो इसके लिए आपको ये 5 रुपए का वैक्यूम सीलर लेना है, जिससे आप पैकेट को वापस सील कर सकते हो। इसी के साथ ये है 50 रुपए का डोर क्लोजर, जिसको आपको ऐसे लगाना है और अब कीड़े मकोड़े घर में घुस नहीं पाएंगे। ये है 40 रुपए का सिलिकॉन फनल, जिससे आप आसानी से बॉटल भर सकते हो। नंबर 4, ये है 100 रुपए का ब्लेंडर, जिसमें आपको 2 सेल डालने हैं और अब देखो कैसे मस्त कॉफी बन रही है। नंबर 5, ये है 50 रुपए का सिलिकॉन ब्रश, जिससे आप बॉटल साफ कर सकती हो। नंबर 6, ये गैजेट सिर्फ 5 रुपए का है। रुको मैं बाहर निकाल रहा हूँ। और गाइस आप लोग प्लीज मेरे बोलने से पहले लाइक कर दिया करो ना, क्योंकि आपका एक एक लाइक मेरे लिए बहुत मायने रखता है। तो ये है आटा चावल निकालने वाला। भाई मान लो आप चिप्स खा रहे हो, लेकिन देखो थोड़ी सी चिप्स बच गई है, तो इसके लिए आपको ये 5 रुपए का वैक्यूम सीलर लेना है, जिससे आप पैकेट को वापस सील कर सकते हो। इसी के साथ ये है 50 रुपए का डोर क्लोजर, जिसको आपको ऐसे लगाना है।
Tung tung sahur, tung tung sahur. लेकिन ये साला कर क्या रहा है? Tung tung sahur, tung tung sahur. लेकिन ये साला कर क्या रहा है?
Triple kill.
समीर साथ हो गया, ध्यान से खेलना।
भाई कुछ पैसे दे दो।
अभी कस्टम खेला हूँ, डिस्टर्ब मत कर।
भाई भाई मुझे भी खिलाओ ना।
कस्टम खेलेगा भिखारी, खाने का पैसा तो है ही नहीं। फोन कहाँ से आएगा तेरे पास?
भिखारी किसको बोला? भिखारी किसको बोला? ये देख दो का आईफोन, ये देख 80 लेवल का आईडी डायमंड है। अरे भाई इतना सारा डायमंड कितना कमाता है भाई तू? ज्यादा नहीं 15,000 बस। अरे भाई एक दिन का। क्या एक दिन का? अरे भाई कुछ दे दे भाई, कुछ दे दे भाई। समीर साथ हो गया, ध्यान से खेलना।
रुको जरा। हेलो मैडम, एक प्लेट बिरयानी।
रायता का है?
मैडम इधर ही रहता हूँ।
रायता किधर है?
मैडम इधर ही रहता हूँ।
अरे रायता किधर है?
इस सज्जन को क्या तकलीफ है भाई? अरे भाई वो मेरा एड्रेस पूछ रही है। एड्रेस पूछ रही है? हाँ भाई। क्यों एड्रेस पूछ रही है? बोली रायता किधर है? रायता किधर है? हाँ भाई। तो तू बताया नहीं यही रहता हूँ। मैंने बोला भाई मार्केट में रहता हूँ। चल मैं देखता हूँ, चल। और अभी तो रुको।
बिरयानी लेके तो भी नहीं।
हाँ मैडम क्या हुआ?
उसको बोला रायता किधर है?
अरे मैडम ये यहीं पर रहता है।
अयो मिचलो परमेश्वर, रायता किधर है? रायता
अबे खेपड़ी, इसको क्या घर पे लेके जाएंगी? जब से बोल रहा हूँ यहीं पे रहता है, यहीं पे रहता है।
अरे रायता किधर है? जो बिरयानी के साथ रायता देता ना, वो रायता किधर है?
अबे कचुम्बर मांग रही है, कचुम्बर। चल कचुम्बर लेके दे उसको। सॉरी।
तो भाई आज मैं करने वाला था डेजर्ट चैलेंज, लेकिन मेरे साथ कुछ ऐसा हो जाएगा मेरे को भी पता नहीं था। यहाँ पर मैं उतरा फैक्ट्री में और डेजर्ट ईगल मिलने से पहले मैंने इसकी दोनों टांगे तोड़ दी और मुक्के से इसको मार दिया। फिर मैं यहाँ पर गई, जैसे नीचे कूदा, यहाँ पर एक और बंदा दिखाई दिया। ये दौड़ी दौड़ी आया, मैंने इसकी मुंडी फोड़ दी। अब देखो डेजर्ट ईगल सिर्फ एक ही जगह मिलती है और वो जगह ढूंढने के लिए मैं यहाँ पर आया, लेकिन मैं यहाँ पर डेजर्ट ईगल नहीं मिली। दूसरी जगह आया, यहाँ पर भी डेजर्ट ईगल नहीं मिली, लेकिन मेरे को एक बंदा मिल गया और इसको मारते मारते गई, जिसने मेरी वाटी लगा दी थी। भाई 5 केच में मैं बचा हूँ मैं यहाँ पर। फिर मैं आगे गई सीधे घंटाघर में, यहाँ पर मेरे को एक बंदा दिया, इसका मैंने घंटा बजा दिया, मतलब कि मुंडी बजा दी। जैसे मैं यहाँ पर गई डेजर्ट ईगल ढूंढने गया, डेजर्ट ईगल तो नहीं मिली, लेकिन वहाँ बंदा दोबारा मिल गया मेरे को। फिर से गई मैंने इसका दूसरा घंटा बजा दिया और दूसरा घंटा बजाते ही गई मैं फिर से यहाँ पर डेजर्ट ईगल ढूंढने लगा और सारा बरमुडा छान मारने के बाद गई मेरे को कहीं भी मेरे को डेजर्ट ईगल नहीं मिली। लगता है गेरीना वाले मेरे से नाराज हो गए। फिर यहाँ पर बचा था गई एक आखिरी का बंदा, मैंने सोचा चलो इसको भी मुक्के से मारते, लेकिन बंदे ने मेरी वाट लगा दी और इसी के साथ मेरा डेजर्ट ईगल का चैलेंज, डेजर्ट ईगल ही नहीं मिली तो कैसे चैलेंज होगा? तो भाई आज मैं करने वाला था डेजर्ट ईगल चैलेंज, लेकिन मैं
वो जो बंडल निकालना तो दूर की बात है, मुझे तो एक टोकन निकालने में हालत खराब हो रहा है। पूरा 800 का मेंबरशिप एक टोकन निकालने में ही चल गया। वो जो का बंडल कोई नुबड़ा तुबड़ा ना निकाले, इसलिए इतना महंगा कर दिया करे ना। वो जो मेरा फेवरेट है, मैं किसी भी हाल में निकाल के रहूंगा ये बंडल। आप क्या किडनी बेच के निकालेगा क्या? किडनी तो नहीं, पर बकरी बेच के जरूर निकालूंगा। अबे किसका बकरी बेच रहा है? चलो हो गया पैसा और मेंबरशिप भी ले लिया, अब तो पक्का निकाल लूंगा। अरे भाई मेरा बकरी देखे अभी यही थी। हाँ वो तो तेरा बकरी बेच के गोजो बंडल निकाल लिया। साला तूने मेरे बकरी बेच दिया।
इसीलिए भूल कर भी सोने और चांदी को एक साथ पिघला मत देना, क्योंकि अब लाखों रुपए नाली में बहा दोगे। जब इस बंदे ने सेम अमाउंट में सोना और चांदी पिघलाना शुरू किया तो सब सही लग रहा था, पर जैसे ही ये पिघला तो ना तो ये सोना रहा और ना ही चांदी। ये एक अलॉय बन गया जिसका नाम इलेक्ट्रम है। ध्यान से सुनो, ये बस एक पत्थर है जिसकी कीमत किसी कबाड़ जितनी है, और अगर आप इसको अलग करवाना चाहें तो ये आपको सोने से भी महंगा पड़ जाएगा। ऐसा कहना है कई लोगों का, पर मैं आपको सच्चाई बताता हूँ, ये इलेक्ट्रम उतना ही कीमती है जितने तुम्हारे सोने चांदी थे, और इनको अलग करवाने के लिए बस 10-20% कमीशन देनी पड़ेगी। इसलिए भूल कर भी
ये है सुकूना, और अभी ये डिसाइड करने वाला है इन सभी प्लेयर में से कौन जीतेगा पूरे 1000 रुपए। कोई गलत तो नहीं खड़ा, सुकूना से सब 3-3 मीटर की दूरी पे है ना। हाँ अभी ये सुकूना अपनी मधुमक्खी की स्किल चलाएगा और उसके जिसको भी जाके लगेगी वो एलिमिनेट हो जाएगा। जैसे ये हो गया। चलो अब देखते हैं किसकी किस्मत अच्छी है और कौन विन करता है। सुकूना अपनी स्किल चलाओ और किसको लगेगी? 1 नंबर गया, स्किल यूज करो और ये गया। सकुना तैयार, मधुमक्खी छोड़ दो और कौन जाएगा? और ये गया। जो 4 प्लेयर्स मरे उनकी किस्मत में 1000 रुपए नहीं थे, अब बचे आखिरी के ये 2। स्किल चला दो, मुझे लगता है ये धोती वाला जाएगा और अरे नहीं, क्रिमिनल गया। ये है हमारा विनर। बरमूडा मैप में 10,000 से भी ज्यादा लैंडमाइंस लगाई है मैंने अकेले ने, चाहो तो यहाँ क्लिक करके देख सकते हो। ये है सुकूना, और अभी ये डिसाइड करने वाला है इन सभी प्लेयर में से कौन जीतेगा पूरे 1000 रुपए। कोई गलत तो नहीं खड़ा, सुकूना से सब 3-3 मीटर की दूरी पे है ना। हाँ अभी ये सुकूना अपनी मधुमक्खी स्किल चलाएगा और उसके जिस
वर्सेस टीपी, इन दोनों में से कौन है डिजिटल किंग? सबसे पहले आमिर एक्स्ट्रा। सामने बंदा आ रहा है। अरे
आमिर देख के, अरे बढ़िया।
अरे आमिर भाई कैसे मार रहे हो यार? चलो है भाई।
अरे
भाई लास्ट का एक बंदा बचा है।
रिवाइव कर रहा है वो। अबे
क्या मारा भाई। आज एक्स्ट्रा गेम पे लोग करने वाले इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, सब्सक्राइब करना बिल आर्ट लगा दो। और टीपी गेम पे लोग करने वाले इस वीडियो को लाइक करें, सब्सक्राइब करना रेड आर्ट लगा दो। और गाइस मेरे चैनल के नीचे क्लिक करके लॉन्ग वीडियो देख लो। टीपी भाई क्या हुआ? टीपी भाई अब काम नहीं कर रहा क्या पैनल?
अरे ओपी टीवी भाई पर 3 बंदे हैं बे। सामने आया और ये हेड बढ़िया। अरे ओपी लास्ट से। अरे भाई गजब भाई।
बस कैसा होता अगर मैं तू अभी स्टार भाई ये कौन सा इमोट निकाल लिया तुमने?
अरे भाई तुम्हारे भाई का चलो है। वैसे एक छोटा बच्चा है तुमसे मिलने के लिए कह रहा था, क्या बुलाऊं उसे मैं?
हाँ हाँ बुलाओ बुलाओ।
इसमें पूछने की क्या बात है, बुला लो।
हाँ रुको रुको बुलाता हूँ। वो तुम दोनों को देख के एकदम हैरान हो जाएगा। कहाँ गया? हाँ ये है।
ओ भाई बीवेज प्लेयर और अमीर एक्स्ट्रा भी।
हाँ भाई छोटे मिल लिया ना, अब सोलो कर। अब हम लोग गेम खेलने जा रहे हैं।
अरे भैया मुझे भी खिला दो ना, मेरा सपना है बड़े बड़े यूट्यूबर के साथ गेम खेलने का।
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल खिला लेंगे भाई। आमिर भाई गेम स्टार्ट करो।
थैंक यू भैया। चलो
अब यहाँ पे हमारा गेम तो स्टार्ट हो जाता है, लेकिन इस गेम में मेरे सब्सक्राइबर ने इतना खतरनाक सीन किया है वो आप खुद देखो।
मारो आमिर भाई मारो।
देख के भैया पीछे है। अबे यार।
अबे भाई इमोट दिखा रही है।
सामने वाले बंदे तो इमोट दिखा रहे हैं यार।
भाई सब ना साथ में रहो। सामने वाले बंदे बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, हम भी उनको मार के इमोट दिखाएंगे।
ओके ओके सब अच्छे से खेलो साथ में रह के।
अबे अबे भाई।
अबे भाई हैकर वैकर है क्या यार ये बंदे?
यार बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे हैं बंदे।
अबे आमिर भाई मारो मारो। अबे अबे अबे
यार इमोट दिखा रहा है भाई ये।
भाई ये बंदे ना विवेक देखकर इमोट दिखा रहे हैं।
बस बहुत हो गया, अब मैं इनको बताता हूँ।
अब तू क्या करेगा छोटे? बहुत तगड़ा खेल रहे बंदे।
अरे कुछ नहीं, अब आप सभी लोग जोन में जाओ, मैं आप सभी लोगों को 1v4 मार के दिखाता हूँ।
क्या 1v4?
भाई यार इससे नहीं होगा यार।
अरे आ जाओ भाई आमिर भाई आ जाओ, जोन में आ जाओ, इसका 1v4 देखते हैं।
गाइस यहाँ पे हम लोग जोन में आके एलिमिनेट हो जाते हैं। अब देखते हैं क्या ये छोटा बच्चा 1v4 मार पाएगा।
भाई ये नहीं निकाल पाएगा शायद।
लग तो मुझे भी यही रहा है कि इससे नहीं हो पाएगा। ओबे ये क्या मारा भाई?
यार इसकी मूवमेंट तो बढ़िया है यार भाई। ओ अबे
हैक वैक लगा लिया क्या छोटे बच्चे?
रुको जरा। चलो गाइस आप लोग सब्सक्राइब कर लो और कमेंट में बताओ क्या होने वाला है। अरे भाई क्या खेल रहा।
आराम से देख के छोटे।
उमरा भाई ये क्या था? और नीचे टीपी फुकरे पे क्लिक करके ये वीडियो देख लो। गाइस आज मैं नाव्या एक्स्ट्रा का फेस रिवील करने वाला हूँ और भाई ये वीडियो बहुत ज्यादा खतरनाक होने वाली है। और भाई ये वीडियो बहुत ज्यादा खतरनाक होने वाली है, तो लाइक और चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लो। ये अरे अबे यार ये टीपी भाई क्यों बुला रहे हैं यार? रुको ना अबे मैं आता हूँ एक सेकंड। टीपी भाई बुला रहे हैं, एक मिनट। अरे टीपी भाई का इन्वाइट बड़े दिन बाद। हेलो
तू ज्यादा बोल रहा है। हेलो आमिर भाई
क्या हो गया टीपी भाई क्या हो गया? बड़े दिन बाद याद किया।
आमिर भाई क्या कर रहे हो? फ्री हो?
अरे मैं फ्री हूँ, बोलो बोलो क्या हो गया?
अरे आमिर भाई ये अरम इतना ज्यादा अच्छा कैसे खेल रहा है? पीसी में कुछ लगा के खेल रहा है क्या?
मतलब
गेम देखा इसका?
नहीं मैं नहीं देख रहा हूँ। क्या हो गया
भाई? लिटरली बता रहा हूँ उसके प्रीति के लाइफ में 4 गोली 4 हेड मार दिया।
खाओ माँ कसम। क्या बात कर रहे हो
भाई? आजकल के बच्चे हैं सारे मेरे सामने।
ओ बेटा भूल रहे क्या? पापा को भूल रहे क्या? मतलब
अरे आमिर भाई तुमने अभी अरंग का गेम नहीं देखा है क्या?
सबके सब चोर है साले।
अभी बोल रहा है वो बेटा, फिर गोली खाने के बाद बोलेगा ले बेटा।
अरे भाई ये कुछ ज्यादा उड़ रहा है, आराम कुछ ज्यादा उड़ रहा है भाई। तू नया नया पीसी क्या?
अरे भाई वो
अरे अरे अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा। गाइस क्या आप लोग के पास बहुत सारी गोल्ड कॉइन है? नहीं है तो भाई आप भी जल्दी से गोल्ड कॉइन जमा करना स्टार्ट कर दो। अगर क्यों? क्योंकि गाइस बहुत जल्द आप लोग को हमारे गेम में गोल्ड से रिलेटेड बहुत कमाल के इवेंट्स देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। बता गाइस बिल्कुल मैं आप लोग को बताऊंगा, पर गाइस इस वीडियो के एंड में मैंने आप लोग के लिए एक सरप्राइज भी रखा है। क्या? जिसे जानने के बाद गाइस आप लोग मुझे ये जरूर बोल के जाओगे थैंक यू। तो गाइस ये देखो OB43 या गाइस OB44 OB45 तक आप लोग को हमारे इंडियन से पर काफी सारी पेड गोल्ड कॉइन से परचेज करने को मिलने वाले हैं। और गाइस ये देखो आप लोगों ने गेम की लॉबी में ये सारी गन स्किन तो जरूर से देखी होंगी जो कि मिस्टर बैग के पैक के थीम पर देखने को मिल जाती है। सभी के सभी गाइस आप लोग को बहुत जल्द हमारे गेम में गोल्ड कॉइन से परचेज करने को दी जाएंगी। और गाइस ये देखो बहुत जल्द हमारे गेम में आप लोग को गोल्ड कॉइन से हमारे नाम के फर्स्ट लेटर के सारे अवतार बिल्कुल ही फ्री में परचेज करने को मिलने वाले हैं। पर गाइस लास्ट वाले सरप्राइज इवेंट के बारे में जानने से पहले गाइस आप लोग कमेंट करके ये जरूर से बताना है कि भाई आप लोग के नाम के फर्स्ट लेटर का इनमें से कौन सा अवतार है। बाकी गाइस नेक्स्ट वेपन में आने वाली लेजेंडरी गन स्किन जानने के लिए गाइस आप लोग इस वाली वीडियो को मेरे चैनल पे जाके देखो, लिंक नीचे कहीं आप लोग को देखने को मिल। तो गाइस अभी एक सीक्रेट ट्रिक निकल कर आ रही है जिससे बहुत सारे लोग फ्री में डायमंड्स का टॉप अप कर रहे हैं। बस आप लोग को डिस्क्रिप्शन कमेंट बॉक्स में दी गई लिंक पे क्लिक कर। गाइस क्या आप लोग के पास बहुत सारी गोल्ड कॉइन? हर किसी की जिंदगी एक जैसी नहीं होती मेरे दोस्त। इस वीडियो ने वाकई में मुझे रुला दिया, बस वीडियो को पूरा जरूर देखना। देखो
एक कदम आगे बढ़ो अगर तुमने 10 साल की उम्र से पहले पिज्जा खाया था।
ध्यान से सुनना और पूरा देखना।
एक कदम आगे बढ़ो अगर प्राइमरी स्कूल में तुम्हारे पास एक ही समय में 3 जोड़ी से ज्यादा जूते थे। एक कदम आगे बढ़ो अगर 10 साल की उम्र से पहले तुम्हारे पास साइकिल थी। एक कदम आगे बढ़ो अगर तुम्हारी माँ तुम्हें हर रोज स्कूल छोड़ने जाती थी। एक कदम आगे बढ़ो अगर कॉलेज में हर सेमेस्टर में तुम्हारे पास नई किताबें होती थी। एक कदम आगे बढ़ो अगर तुम्हें अपने परिवार की आर्थिक रूप से मदद करने के लिए 10 साल की उम्र से पहले काम करना पड़ा।
अज्जू भाई को भगवान हनुमान जी ने बचा लिया। पहले तो इस क्लिप को देखो, समझ में आ जाएगा।
माया हमारे पीछे, हम माया के आगे। माया मारेगी क्या हमें? गाड़ी लेके निकल ले। नहीं भाई, पर उन चारों के पीछे क्यों नहीं भागी? ये मेरे पीछे क्यों भाग रही है? जबकि मेरे हाथ में तो केरोसिन का डब्बा भी नहीं है। क्या हो गया भाई? क्या काम से? ले भाई, खत्म कर दिया धप्पा। ओ माया क्यों चिल्ला रही है? हुआ क्या पर?
तो सभी हिंदू भाई कमेंट बॉक्स पे जय श्री राम कमेंट करके आना। अज्जू भाई को भगवान हनुमान जी ने बचा लिया। पहले तो इस क्लिप को देखो।
तो आज मैं अपने छोटे भाई की नूब आईडी को ट्रांसफॉर्म करूंगा एक प्राइम लेवल 8 की आईडी में। तो सबसे पहले मैं परचेज कर लेता हूँ एक मंथली मेंबरशिप, जिससे मेरे को इंस्टेंटली 1000 डायमंड मिल जाते हैं। एंड अभी इसका प्राइम लेवल 2 हुआ था तो मेरे को यहाँ पर 100 डायमंड्स का गिफ्ट भी मिल जाता है। एंड अब मेरे पास काफी सारे डायमंड्स हो चुके थे तो मैं आ जाता हूँ ईवो वोल्ट में स्पिन्स मारने के लिए। मेरे भाई को ईवो M60 बहुत पसंद है तो मैं फटाफट से उसको निकालने के लिए स्पिन्स करना चालू कर देता हूँ। एक के बाद एक मैं 90 डायमंड वाले स्पिन्स करते जा रहा था। मेरे धीरे धीरे डायमंड्स खत्म होते जा रहे थे और एंड में यहाँ पर सिर्फ 3 स्पिन्स बच जाते हैं। मैं फटाफट से सिंगल वाले 2 स्पिन्स और मार देता हूँ। एंड अब बस एक स्पिन बचा हुआ था और इस स्पिन में मेरे को निकलने वाली थी एक ईवो स्किन। दिल पे हाथ रख के मैं स्पिन मार देता हूँ और फाइनली मेरे को M60 की स्किन मिल ही जाती है। बाकी अब आईडी में डायमंड्स खत्म हो चुके थे तो मैं वापस से टॉप अप करना शुरू कर देता हूँ। और जब तक मैं टॉप अप कर रहा हूँ आप सब चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लो। एंड ये देखो मैंने वापस से 2600 डायमंड्स का टॉप अप कर लिया है और इन डायमंड से मैं निकालता हूँ एक एंट्री एनिमेशन, साथ में सपूना का बंडल एंड और भी काफी सारी चीज। अगर आप सबको भी अपने आईडी में ये सब चीजें चाहिए तो आप सब मेरे मेन चैनल पे जाके लॉन्ग।
दोस्तों आपने कभी भी प्लेन में बैठे हुए एक और प्लेन को शायद ही कभी उड़ता हुआ देखा होगा, लेकिन जब लाइव प्लेन ट्रैकर को खोलकर देखा जाता है तो उसमें तो एक ही जगह पर कई सारे प्लेन दिखाए जाते हैं, जो कि बिल्कुल सही भी होता है। तो जब प्लेन हमारे आसपास ही उड़ रहा होता है तो हम लोग जब प्लेन की खिड़की से बाहर देखते हैं तो हमें कोई प्लेन दिखाई दिखाई क्यों नहीं देता? क्योंकि इतने बड़े आसमान में 20 किलोमीटर दूर से भी प्लेन दिख जाना चाहिए, पर फिर भी हमें क्यों नहीं दिखाई देता, आइए जानते हैं। मगर उससे पहले पिछली वाली वीडियो को 3 लाख से ज्यादा लोगों ने लाइक किया था और उन सबको कुछ ना कुछ गुड न्यूज जरूर मिली थी। किसी को 500 रुपए का नोट मिला तो किसी को आईफोन मिला और कोई अपने क्लास में फर्स्ट भी आ गया था। अगर आप भी इस वीडियो को जस्ट अभी लाइक करते हो तो 24 घंटे के अंदर आपको एक बहुत बड़ी गुड न्यूज मिलेगी। ज्यादा सोचो मत मेरे भाई, गुड न्यूज का सवाल है, बस से क्लिक ही तो करना है, जैसे क्लिक करो। दरअसल दोस्तों, जिस प्लेन में हम बैठे होते हैं उस प्लेन के आसपास भी प्लेन हमेशा उड़ रहे होते हैं, पर वो हमें इसलिए नहीं दिखाई देता क्योंकि वो 800 से 900 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटा की स्पीड से इतनी तेजी से निकल जाता है, जिन्हें की तभी देखा जा सकता है जब आप थोड़ी देर तक बाहर ही देखते रहो। दोस्तों, आपने कभी भी प्लेन में बैठे हुए एक और,
लेकिन ये साला कर क्या रहा है यहाँ पे?
ये क्या है?
बाप रे! आयो रे माँ।
लेकिन ये साला कर क्या रहा है यहाँ पे?
ये क्या है?
बाप रे!
गाइस, मैंने सुना है रात में सी सैंग खेलने से हैकरों के साथ नहीं, लाइव स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ मैच मेकिंग होती है।
चल झूठा।
अरे नहीं भैया, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। रुको, अभी गेम स्टार्ट करता हूँ, देखना लाइव स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ ही मैच मेकिंग होगा। और दोस्तों, ये कह के मैं गेम तो स्टार्ट कर देता हूँ, लेकिन इस मैच में हमारे साथ जमनीर भाई की मैच मेकिंग हो जाती है।
हो गया, मैच मेकिंग हो गया।
अरे लेकिन किसके साथ?
अबे भाई, जमनीर भाई के साथ हुआ है।
अरे जमनीर भाई, ओपनर में तो देखो कौन आ रहा है।
अबे कौन आ गया सामने? पक्का हैकर आए होंगे। अबे 160 की स्क्वाड आ गई।
भैया, मुझे भी रौला जमाना है, जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग जोन में चले जाओ।
अबे लेकिन क्यों फर्स्ट राउंड में ही?
अरे जाओ ना भाई, आपका भाई पहले राउंड में एस मारेगा।
अबे लेकिन तेरे से नहीं होगा भाई।
क्या बात कर रहा है?
अबे ये लोग जोन में जा रहे हैं, बच्चा आएगा क्या 1v4 मारने?
देखो ना गाइस, देखो ना मेरा 1v4। अरे ये लोग टीम अप क्यों कर रहे हैं?
भाई टीम अप करो, इनको टीम अप करके मार देंगे।
अबे अंश, टीम अप मत करना, ये बंदे मुझे सही नहीं लग रहे हैं।
अरे भैया, अब बस आप देखो आपका भाई कैसे रौला जमाता है।
अबे ये ग्लूबॉल से क्यों बैक कर रहा है? चलो इधर से मुक्के से मार देंगे।
हेलो।
हाँ।
अरे मालिक, वो थोड़ा सा गलती हो गई।
अभी क्या हो गया?
अरे यार मालिक, ग्रेनेड से पूरी स्क्वाड उड़ गई।
अबे कहाँ उड़ी? अरे अबे भाई,
यार में तारे आए पैर जट्टिए।
गाइस, मैंने सुना है रात में सी सैंग खेलने से हैकरों के साथ नहीं, लाइव स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ मैच मेकिंग होती है।
चल झूठा।
अरे नहीं भैया, मैं झूठ नहीं बोल रहा हूँ। रुको, अभी गेम स्टार्ट करता हूँ, देखना लाइव स्ट्रीमर्स के साथ ही मैच मेकिंग होगा। और दोस्तों, ये कह के मैं गेम तो स्टार्ट कर देता हूँ, लेकिन इस मैच में हमारे साथ जमनीर भाई की मैच मेकिंग हो जाती है।
अबे हो गया भाई, हो गया, मैच मेकिंग हो गया।
अरे लेकिन किसके साथ?
अबे भाई, जमनीर भाई के साथ हुआ है।
अरे जमनीर भाई, ओपनर में तो देखो कौन आ रहा है।
अबे कौन आ गया सामने? पक्का हैकर आए होंगे। अबे 160 की स्क्वाड आ गई।
भैया, मुझे भी रौला जमाना है, जल्दी जल्दी आप लोग जोन में चले जाओ।
अबे लेकिन क्यों फर्स्ट राउंड में ही?
अरे जाओ ना भाई, आपका भाई पहले राउंड में एस मारेगा।
अबे लेकिन तेरे से नहीं होगा भाई।
क्या बात कर रहा है?
अबे ये लोग जोन में जा रहे हैं, बच्चा आएगा क्या 1v4 मारने?
देखो ना गाइस, देखो ना मेरा 1v4। अरे ये लोग टीम अप क्यों कर रहे हैं?
भाई टीम अप करो, इनको टीम अप करके मार देंगे।
अबे अंश, टीम अप मत करना, ये बंदे मुझे सही नहीं लग रहे हैं।
अरे भैया, अब बस आप देखो आपका भाई कैसे रौला जमाता है।
अबे ये ग्लूबॉल से क्यों बैक कर रहा है? चलो इधर से मुक्के से मार देंगे।
हेलो।
हाँ।
अरे मालिक, वो थोड़ा सा गलती हो गई।
अभी क्या हो गया?
अरे यार मालिक, ग्रेनेड से पूरी स्क्वाड उड़ गई।
अबे कहाँ उड़ी? अरे अबे भाई,
यार में तारे आए पैर जट्टिए।
पता है, मैंने ये न्यू अराइवल एनिमेशन डायमंड लगाकर निकाला ही था कि तभी मेरे नजर इन पर जाती है, और बाद में कुछ ऐसा होगा ये सोचा भी नहीं था।
अरे कौन आ गया दूबड़ा? ना लेवल है ना लाइक है, ये क्या है?
ये जिसकी बात कर रहा है वो मेरा सब्सक्राइबर है, और उसने आगे कुछ ऐसा कमेंट दिखाया जिससे मैं सोचता हूँ, क्या भाई मेरे सभी सब्सक्राइबर ऐसे क्यों नहीं है?
ओए किक मारो, इसको हटाओ यहाँ
अलाइन
से।
करते
गोल्डन
तो।
सीजन 2 को बुलाती हूँ।
मुझसे पंगा नहीं, वरना मैं शान भाई को बोलूंगा इसकी स्ट्रीक तोड़ तो मेरे सामने आकर।
और फिर मैंने भी ये देख कुछ ऐसा कर दिया कि
अबे वो इतना बड़ा यूट्यूबर तेज जैसे इनके लिए 2 टके के लिए वो गेम में आएगा।
उनसे कभी मिला तक नहीं था। उम्मीद है कि एक चांस में उनके सामने आ जाऊं।
चल बुला, देखते हुए आएगा नहीं तू जैसे सुअर के लिए।
अगर से कैसे बात कर रहे हैं मेरे सब्सक्राइबर से, इसकी स्ट्रीक तोड़ूंगा अब तो।
शान भाई, तू जैसे फटीचर के लिए थोड़ी
थोड़ी ना आएंगे। तो इसी स्कोर को शोर भरना है। इतना बोलते ही मुझे उम्मीद नहीं थी कि ऐसा होगा। शान भाई आ गए, ये इनकी स्ट्रीक तोड़ दो।
अबे वही लीचर बच्चे क्या बोल रहे हैं, पागल है क्या? उनको बोल गेम बैक कर दे।
भाई उसकी बेइज्जती बहुत होगी अगर तोड़ नहीं पाई स्ट्रीक। वैसे 4 मिलियन होने को बस 1 सब्सक्राइबर की जरूरत है, तो प्लीज भाइयों सब्सक्राइब कर लो। दीदी डर गई क्या स्ट्रीक के बादशाह को देख के?
तेरे शान भाई जैसे लोग मेरे सारे पे नाचते हैं, समझा?
ये लड़की लोबी से बहुत उछल रही है यार, तमीज तो है नहीं इसको। ओए क्या बोल रहे तुम? वो कोई कट्टा बिजरा नहीं है, वो बिया में मारता है सिर्फ लाल लाल।
लड़की मैं हूँ लेकिन चूड़िया और लिपस्टिक लगा के तू बैठ जा अगर डर रहा है।
इसकी तो बोलती मैं बंद करूंगा, कैसे जुबान से ही धो रही है सबको। जान है वो, उससे मत टकरा, फालतू में तेरी स्ट्रिंग टूट जाएगी। साला सेंट्यूना हिजड़ा ऊपर कैसे गया? चल चल निकल। दीदी क्योंकि आप मेरे शान भाई की बराबरी नहीं कर सकते। इससे ज्यादा लोगों को हाई स्कूल पसंद आ गया। बंदे कितने हैं? निकलो। अरे यार बंदा भाग गया।
शान जैसों के मुंह मेरी जूती ना लगे, उसके जैसे गटर साफ करते हैं मेरे घर।
बस इतना सुनते ही मेरी सनक गई, शिपकली से बिना पर के उड़ रही है। वो अपनी गंदी जबान से ये क्या बोला शान को?
यही की भिखारी है वो बेटा था, मैं तो छू के दिखा तलवे चटवाऊंगी तुझसे मैं अपने।
फैक्ट्री रश करता हूँ और यहीं पे मेरी सिचुएशन टाइट होती है।
भाग जा शान, और कितना जलील होगा मुझसे।
तो क्या छक्के लोग स्किल मार रहे हैं इधर भूतने के। ये पूरी स्क्वाड है इधर, तुम्हें भी अब पिटना था। है तो एक बार भिड़ना उनसे, वो स्ट्रीट स्क्वाड है।
जा रही हूँ, फैन ना बना लिया ना उसको, फिर बोलना चिलगोजो।
वो 2 बंदे हैं, रेस देखो। अरे एक गया, सोनिया है उसपे, एक साथ दोनों जमीन पे।
थक गई मैं सान सान सुन के, गधो चुप करो अब।
अरे भाई ये बंदा वापस रिवाइव होकर इधर आ गया।
वैसे उस छपरी का किल फीड हेडशॉट से भरा है, पीसी में पैनल लगा के खेलता है क्या वो?
घबराहट हो रही है क्या? मोबाइल प्लेयर है, जाओ आप उसको चींटी जैसे मसलना।
आउच, कहाँ से मारा उसने? पता ही नहीं लगा।
इसका दिमाग घुटनों में तो नहीं है? देखो 4x स्कोप से
7th ईयर्स टाइटल है इस पे, तो इसका तो लुक ही माफिया जैसा है।
अरे मारो मारो, वो शान के बंदे 3 नॉक। ओपी
शान तो बाप है तुम्हारा, अरे इतने में ही नॉक हो गया।
तेरी भैंस की, मेरी स्कोर को नॉक करेगा है?
वो मारेगा, मैं नहीं जाऊंगी आगे।
वो तू मार क्यों नहीं पा रहे हैं ये? आना आना डैमेज हुआ। दीदी डर गई। दीदी क्या हुआ दीदी?
मुझे चिढ़ा रहा है लेकिन कितना खतरनाक खेलता है ये। स्ट्रिक तो गई।
माँ तुम्हारा भाई अकल ठिकाने आ गई इनकी। अरे अरे शायद मरने के लिए बोल रहा है, काम हो गया। पता है मैंने ये न्यू अराइवल एनिमेशन डायमंड लगाकर निकाल।
कई खतरनाक नदियों में उतरने के बाद भी ये आदमी गंगा नदी में उतरने से क्यों मना कर देता है? ये है जेरमी वेट, जो नदियों में रहने वाले खतरनाक क्रीचर्स को ढूंढते हैं। लेकिन जब जेरमी वेट कानपुर आते हैं तो गंगा नदी में नहाना तो दूर, उसमें पैर रखने से भी मना कर देते हैं। क्योंकि जब इस फीकल कोलिफॉर्म की जांच करते हैं तो काफी शॉकिंग रिजल्ट मिलता है। क्योंकि जो पानी पीने लायक है उसका फीकल कोलिफॉर्म 0 होना चाहिए, और जो तैरने लायक है उसका 500 से कम होना चाहिए। लेकिन हमारी गंगा नदी का फीकल कोलिफॉर्म 82,000 है, मतलब नॉर्मल लिमिट से भी 160 गुना ज्यादा। ये पानी इतना गंदा है कि अगर आप इसके अंदर अपना हाथ भी डालोगे तो आपको भयंकर इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है। और यहाँ पर सबसे डराने वाली बात यह है कि लोग इसके अंदर डुबकियां लगा रहे हैं और अपने आप को पवित्र मान रहे हैं। सच्चाई कड़वी है, लेकिन एक तरफ हम नदियों को माँ बोल के उनकी पूजा कर रहे हैं और वही दूसरी तरफ उनके अंदर गंदगी का कचरा फेंक रहे हैं। इससे अच्छी हालत इनकी उन देशों में है जहाँ पर एक नदी को नदी माना जाता है। कई खतरनाक नदियों में उतरने के बाद
यूआईडी तो बड़ी वीआईपी है भाई इसकी। 1 2 ट्रिपल 2 है वो। कौन यूट्यूबर हो सकता है ये? ओके 1 2 एंड अबे सच को नहीं हो रही। अबे ये कौन यूट्यूबर है? मेरा पीसी हैंग हो गया भाई इसके आने से। ओ भाई यूआईडी दे, फिर से यूआईडी दे। अबे तेरी यूआईडी मैंने सर्च करी, मेरा पीसी हैंग हो गया। दोबारा यूआईडी दे अपनी। कौन है भाई तू? अबे तेरी यूआईडी में ऐसा क्या है कि मेरा पीसी हैंग हो गया पूरा? ये बंदा कौन है दोस्तों? चलो तैयार 1 2 एंड ये किसकी आईडी है? अबे ये कौन है? ये कौन है दोस्तों ये बंदा? अबे इसकी 1,51,000 है। साइलेंट कम साडे लाउड है, ऐसे गल दा ते यारां नू प्राउड।
इंडिया में बच्चों को अपने मम्मी पापा से छुप छुप कर गेम क्यों खेलना पड़ता है? और इस लड़के को 40 लाख रुपए मिल रहे थे बस एक गेम खेलने के लिए, लेकिन इसकी मम्मी ने सीधा मना कर दिया। इस लड़के को ध्यान से देखो, ये अपने मम्मी पापा से छुप छुप कर दिन भर गेम खेलते रहता था, लेकिन अचानक से एक दिन पता चलता है कि इसे कैंसर हो गया है। और इसके घर वालों को देखो, इसकी
आज के लिए घर की सारी सेविंग्स लगा दी, लेकिन कैंसर हर दिन बढ़ता ही जा रहा था। पर किसे पता था कि ये गेम भी इसकी जान बचाने वाला है। लेकिन अब इन दादी की बेवकूफी देखो, अपने पोते को बचाने के लिए यूट्यूब चैनल खोल दिया और गेम खेलने लगी। और सबको लगा कि ये पागल हो गई है, क्योंकि इनकी एज 75 साल हो गई थी। पर जब ये बात लोगों को पता चली तो पहले 15 दिन में 40 लाख रुपए डोनेशन से इकट्ठा हो गए। लेकिन ये बात उस लड़के को तब पता चली जब इन्हीं पैसों से उसका ट्रीटमेंट होता है और वो ठीक हो जाता है। इंडिया में बच्चों को अपने मम्मी पापा से छुप छुप कर गेम क्यों खेलना पड़ता है? और इस लड़के को 40 लाख रुपए मिल रहे थे बस ये गेम खेलने के लिए, लेकिन इसकी मम्मी ने सीधा मना कर दिया। इस लड़के
कम में चार्ज कितने क्या कहते हैं तो 48% है कम में चार्ज। अपन मम्मी ने तो किए करती में देख कम में चार्ज अमन वाला मैं आवाज नहीं देता अमन वाला मैं आवाज नहीं देता लिखो पढ़ता तो लिख देना अमन वाला हमरा नहीं हुआ लिख गई बुआ फ्री फायर मैच इतने खाना कम दे तो फ्री फायर नहीं अंजलि पेंट गई अंजलि पेंट चली गई
করেছিলাম বিয়ে রাতে ফুল সজ্জা হলো তারপর সকাল হলো ঘুম থেকে উঠে দেখি বউ পালালো জানলা দিয়ে বউটা চলে গেল মনটা ভেঙে গেল বৃষ্টিটা ছিল পাঞ্চার হয়ে গেল রেলাইনে গলা দেব তখন আমি ভেবেছিলাম তারপর হঠাৎ করে লাইফে আমার টুম্পা এলো টুম্পা সোনা দুটো হাম্পি দেনা আমি মাইরি বলছি আর খইনি খাবো না हे प्रभु हे हरि राम कृष्ण जगन्नाथ प्रेमा ये देखो ये कोई नॉर्मल चीज नहीं लग रही। लोग बोल रहे हैं ये कृष्णा जी की बांसुरी है, समंदर के अंदर से निकली इतनी विशाल बांसुरी। अगर ये सच में कान्हा जी की है तो सोचो जब वो इसे बजाते होंगे तो पूरी प्रकृति कैसे मोहित हो जाती होगी। देखो ये कोई नॉर्मल चीज नहीं लग रही। लोग बोल रहे हैं ये कृष्णा भाई मुझे इतना है कि
लिखा नहीं हो गई उसको थोड़ा मोबाइल को खुला
आइसक्रीम है? आया हुई। ये क्या दुकान है? गूंगे को बैठा दिया काउंटर पे। अब क्या इसको इशारे में पूछा आइसक्रीम? चल बेटा वो याया यूई आइसक्रीम देना। ये लीजिए अंकल 10 रुपए हुआ। याया यूई? शायद याया यूई फ्लेवर अब टेस्ट नहीं करे होंगे। ये लीजिए भैया। वो कौन सा आइसक्रीम है? याया यूई। ये क्या दुकान है? गूंगे को बैठा दिया काउंटर पे। अब क्या इसको इशारे में पूछा आइसक्रीम? चल बेटा वो याया यूई आइसक्रीम देना। ये लीजिए अंकल 10 रुपए हुआ। याया यूई? शायद याया यूई। मम्मी आप तो मैगी मोमोज चिप्स कुरकुरे सब खाती नहीं हो। हाँ तो मैं कहाँ खाती हूँ। तो ये क्या कर रही हो आप? वो तो मैं बस देख ही रही थी। देख लिया? लाओ ये मुझे दे दो। वैसे मेरा ये खाने का मन तो नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन अब आपने खोल ही लिया है तो खत्म कर देता हूँ।
आरंभ है प्रचंड बोले।
पिता चाउमीन बनाकर जैसे ही रखा, सारे बच्चे लूट कर अपने अपने प्लेट में रख लेते हैं। फिर से पिता चिकन लेकर आए तो उसे भी बच्चे भुक्कड़ की तरह सारा लूट लेते हैं। जिसके बाद आखिर में पिता अंडा लेकर आए, उसे भी बच्चे जल्दी जल्दी अपने प्लेट में रख लिए। यहाँ तक के बच्चे पागलों की तरह खाने भी लगते हैं। और जब आखिर में पिता खाने के लिए आया तो सब कुछ खत्म था। पिता चाउमीन बनाकर जैसे ये देखकर लोगों को पहले तो यकीन ही नहीं हुआ कि कोई अपने बेबी को बाहर ठंडी बर्फ में कैसे सुला सकता है। लेकिन फिनलैंड में अक्सर पेरेंट्स ऐसा ही करते हैं, क्योंकि यहाँ के बेबीज नॉर्मल बेबीज की तरह बिल्कुल नहीं होते। जहाँ ज्यादातर कंट्रीज में बच्चों को ठंड के दिनों में घर के अंदर छिपा कर रखा जाता है, वहीं यहाँ पर छोटे छोटे बच्चे घर से बाहर ठंडी हवा में सोते हैं। ये देखकर लोगों को पहले तो यकीन।
भैया 100 वाली रोटी दे दो जिसपे क्रीम देते हो और सब्जी देते हो।
अरे बेटा क्रीम वाली रोटी तो क्या है?
अरे ये गाँव सही पिज्जा मांग रही है।
अच्छा पिज्जा चाहिए। चलो ठीक है भाई रोज बना।
भैया 100 वाली रोटी दे दो जिसपे क्रीम देते हो और सब्जी देते हो।
अरे बेटा क्रीम वाली रोटी तो क्या है?
अरे ये गाँव सही पिज्जा मांग रही है।
अच्छा पिज्जा तो गाइस ये वाला बंडल।
कहीं भी बाहर घूमने जाओ तो यह बेवकूफियां भूल कर भी मत करना, नहीं तो बहुत भारी बेइज्जती हो जाएगी। अगर खाते हुए सामने वाले के दांत में कुछ फंस जाए तो उसे हंसकर बिल्कुल भी नहीं चिढ़ाना चाहिए, बल्कि उसे आराम से इशारे से बता देना चाहिए। सूप पीते हुए अगर सूप कपड़ों पर गिर जाता है तो सूप को हमेशा कुछ इस तरह सिर आगे करके पीना चाहिए। अगर रेस्टोरेंट में खाते हुए गलती से फोक गिर जाए तो उसे बिल्कुल भी नहीं उठाना चाहिए, बल्कि वेटर को आराम से बुलाकर दूसरा फोक मांगना चाहिए। कोई भी फ्रूट खाते समय उसके बीज को कहीं भी थूकना नहीं चाहिए, बल्कि उसे एक अच्छे इंसान की तरह सारे बीज को एक साथ प्लेट के साइड में रख देना चाहिए। ब्रेड पर बटर को इस तरह गंदे तरीके से नहीं लगाना चाहिए, बल्कि उसे एक चाकू या फोर्क की मदद से आराम से लगाना चाहिए। अगर कहीं भी किसी के साथ बाहर खाने जाओ तो अकेले ही भूखे की तरह मत खाने लग जाना, बल्कि मैनर्स के साथ थोड़ा थोड़ा करके खाना चाहिए। कॉफी आते ही उसे ऐसे हर बारी में बिल्कुल भी नहीं पीना चाहिए, बल्कि उसे हमेशा स्वाद लेकर पीना चाहिए। अब इनमें से एक भी हैक्स पसंद आया हो तो एक लाइक करके ही जाना। कहीं भी बाहर घूमने जाओ तो यह बेवकूफ। सब्जी काटते काटते माँ का हाथ कट गया। परेशान होकर बेटा तुरंत उसकी ओर भागा, लेकिन तभी कुछ देर बाद खाना बनकर तैयार हो गया। बेटा जरा थोड़ा खाकर बता इसका टेस्ट कैसा है। अचानक खाने में सचमुच बहुत स्वाद आ गया। इस बार बेटे ने अपनी माँ के लिए खाना बनाया, लेकिन बर्तन छूते ही उसका हाथ जल गया। बेटा क्या हुआ? माँ बेटे के हाथ से बना खाना खाने के लिए काफी उत्साह में थी, लेकिन अपने नासमझ बेटे को लेकर चिंता में भी थी। आखिरकार बेटे ने खाना माँ के सामने रख ही दिया, लेकिन जैसे ही बेटे ने उसे खोला, सब्जी काटते काटते माँ का हाथ कट गया।
रितु कहाँ जा रही है? मम्मी मैं पापा को देखने जा रही हूँ कि अभी तक आए कि नहीं। कब तक आएंगे? ओए रितु इतनी ठंड में बाहर क्यों बैठी है? घर वालों ने बाहर निकाल दिया है क्या? मैं अपने पापा का वेट कर रही हूँ। क्यों? उन्होंने बोला था कि मैं तेरे लिए शाम का गजक लेके आऊंगा। क्या बात कर रहे हैं? हाँ तू भी खाएगी? हाँ खाऊंगी। आई आजा। बस आते ही होंगे पापा। हाँ। यार कितनी देर से आएंगे? बस आने में ही है। यार तेरे पापा तो अभी तक नहीं आए। अरे तो रुक, बस आते ही होंगे। यार मैं तो घर जा रही हूँ, मेरी मम्मी चिल्लाएंगी। ओए रुक जाना, पता नहीं कब तक आएंगे। मैं भी जा रही हूँ। पापा थैंक यू पापा, मैं कामयाबी को देकर आती हूँ। कामयाबी कभी जो आधी लगती है आधी लिख दे तू। रितु कहाँ जा? नमस्ते आंटी, सौम्या घर पे है? अभी तो नहीं है। उसी नोटबुक दे दीजिएगा। अरे बेटा पहले अंदर तो आओ। जी बेटा, चाय लोगी या कॉफी? नहीं आंटी, मैं कुछ नहीं लूंगी। आप बस ये नोटबुक सौम्या को दे देना। एक्चुअली लास्ट वीक से वो कॉलेज नहीं आ रही ना, और सर ने बोला मंडे को टेस्ट लेंगे। बेटा वो तो रोज कॉलेज जाती है। हाँ आंटी, कॉलेज तो आती है, लेकिन बंक मार के बॉयफ्रेंड के साथ घूमने चली जाती है ना। बॉयफ्रेंड? ओह सॉरी, शायद ही नहीं बताना था। वैसे आंटी आप खाना बहुत अच्छा बनाती हैं। बेटा तुम तो पहली बार आई हो, तुमने कब टेस्ट कर लिया? आंटी मैं आपके घर पहली बार आई हूँ। सौम्या तो रोज टिफिन लेके आती है ना, वो तो बॉयफ्रेंड के साथ कैंटीन चली जाती है, उसका टिफिन नहीं तो खत्म करती हूँ। वो रोज बाहर का खाना खाती है। आंटी मैं चलती हूँ, आप उसे याद से ये नोटबुक दे देना, वरना पिछली बार की तरह इस बार भी फेल हो जाएगी। क्या सौम्या हर बार फेल होती है? मतलब उसने फेल होने वाली बात भी घर में नहीं बताई। चलती हूँ आंटी। आंटी लास्ट थिंग, मैंने आप जितना मॉडर्न पेरेंट्स आज तक नहीं देखा। मतलब आंटी अपनी बेटी को कॉलेज में मिनी स्कर्ट क्रॉप टॉप। नमस्ते आंटी सौम्या।
नमस्ते, स्वागत है आप सबका। हम आज आए हैं शिव मंदिर और देखो ये कितनी सुंदर जगह है, आइए दर्शन करें। नमस्ते, स्वागत है आप सबका। हम आज आए हैं शिव मंदिर और देखो ये कितनी सुंदर जगह है, आइए दर्शन करें। नमस्ते।
यही होता है जब घर में दो जुड़वा बहन हो। मम्मी ने जैसे ही मोमो दिया,
ले लो बेटा मोमो।
मम्मी आपने मुझे छेद वाली मोमो और बहन को अच्छी वाली मोमो दिया है, मुझे भी अच्छा वाली चाहिए।
मम्मी ने हिसाब बराबर किया तो दूसरी तुरंत नाराज। फिर जब मम्मी बड़ी को सर्दी की दवा देती है, मम्मा मुझे क्यों नहीं? मम्मी समझाए,
अरे बेटा ये दवा है।
मुझे नहीं पता, मुझे भी चाहिए, मुझे पीनी है।
मम्मा को न चाहते हुए भी दवा देना पड़ता, दवा पीते ही खुशी से।
वाह मम्मा ये तो बहुत टेस्टी है।
फिर नया मुद्दा,
मम्मा मेरी प्लास्टिक चप्पी क्यों है, इसकी सुंदर क्यों?
मम्मी का सब्र टूटता है, पैर से ठोककर दोनों को एक जैसा कर देती है।
लो अब बराबर।
रास्ते में बड़ी बहन ने हाथी देखा तो छोटी तुरंत शिकायत।
मुझे भी दिखाओ, मुझे भी देखना है।
मम्मी डरते हुए कार रिवर्स कराती है।
मम्मा मैंने देख लिया, पर मैंने तो 2 बार देख लिया है।
बस फिर क्या, यहीं से बड़ी बहन का स्पीकर मोड़ ऑन। यही होता है जब घर में
कड़ी चावल, मैं खाली कड़ी चावल खाऊंगा, पकौड़े मैं नहीं खाऊंगा।
मैं तो सिर्फ पकौड़े चावल खाऊंगा, कड़ी में नहीं खाऊंगा। ठुमक ठुमक जानिया माये दे नाल, ठुमक ठुमक जानिया माये।
आई लव यू मॉम।
I love you mom। यह 10 रुपए से लेके 150 रुपए की पानी पूरी। सबसे पहले 10 रुपए की पानी पूरी, इतने कम पैसों में 3 गोलगप्पे, 2 पानी और 1 सूखी पापड़ी। ये तो 10 of 10 है यार। दूसरे पर है 40 रुपए की पानी पूरी, में से एक पूरी तो टूटी हुई आई है, पानी भी एक दिया, उसका स्वाद भी गटर के पानी जैसा है। पूरी इतनी ज्यादा हार्ड है कि इन्हें मेरे गले को ही छील दिया। इसे रेट करूंगी मैं 6। तीसरे पर है 70 रुपए के पैक गोलगप्पे, इसके साथ मिलता है आपको 50 गोलगप्पे, पुदीने का पानी, खट्टा मीठा पानी और इमली की चटनी। ये सब आपको खुद ही बनाना है। तो सब करने के बाद भी 1 रुपए के जलजीरे वाला टेस्ट आ रहा है। इसे रेट करूंगी मैं 4। आखिरी है 150 रुपए के प्रीमियम गोलगप्पे, आलू भी सही दे दिए, पानी भी 2 है, लेकिन 150 रुपए में 6 पानी पूरी। इसका स्वाद बहुत नमकीन और जायकेदार है। इसे रेट करूंगी मैं 8.5। यह 10 रुपए। लाडू तेरी छुट्टी। मैम मुझे डर लग रहा है। इट्स ओके सौम्या, एक एग्जाम ही तो है, मैं पढ़ा दूंगी तुम्हें उसके लिए। वो अंग्रेजी मैडम क्यों पढ़ाएगी तेको? माँ है ना, मैं पढ़ाऊंगी तेको। क्या पढ़ाओगे आप? A फॉर एप्पल, B फॉर बड़ा एप्पल और C। आप गवार माँ से पढ़ूंगी ना तो पक्का फेल हो जाऊंगी। बच्चों यस मैम, आज तुम्हारी मैम तुम्हें पार्टी दे रही है कैफे में, तो मिलते हैं बच्चों शाम को। सब बच्चे आ गए?
अभी तक सौम्या नहीं आई।
तो ये होता है कैफे। सुनिए गवार, अब आप आ ही गई है तो बैठिए ना। सॉरी मैम, लीजिए ना। हे भगवान, अरे आंटी ये रोटी सब्जी नहीं है,
बर्गर है बर्गर।
पर मेरी अनपढ़ गवार शाहिमा को क्या पता। लाडो की छुट्टी हो गई होगी वो इंग्लिश टीचर की कोचिंग से। लाडो पता नहीं तुम्हारी गवार मॉम 2 चोटी बना के क्यों भेज देती है। पर माँ का प्यार पैसों में नहीं तोला जा सकता। लाडो तेरी छुट्टी। मैम मुझे डर लग रहा है।
Interns,
surprise at college classroom.
kindly
आज तुमने
turn
खाना
on
क्यों नहीं
your
खाया? अरे वो मेरा
screens.
This meeting is being recorded and summarized.
अच्छा हाँ।
Guys, if you have any
फेवरेट
queries,
बंटा
you
लेकर आए,
have
वो
2
भी ओलिविया तुमने भी
minutes
तो।
to
अरे वो
pose
मेरा निर्जला
those queries
नीरज
before the
चाचा है
session
ना,
starts.
उनकी बेटी है स्वीटी, थी
Any query
उसको
if
चाहिए
you
थी वो
have.
वरना कह रही थी दीदी मैं पीऊंगी तो मैंने कहा मैं बड़ी बहन हूँ छोटी बहन को दे दूंगी तो क्या ही खर्चा आएगा मेरा
book review,
अच्छा
Yes, you have
and
to.
we have to submit it by Saturday
पूरा
only.
तैयार हो गई यहाँ पे क्या कर रही है
Docs and papers.
आपका फास्ट है ना
See, your
वो फास्ट भी
PPT
देख रही
would
थी
be
चंदा मामा अभी
based
तक आए
on
नहीं
your document itself,
आपको जल्दी से खाना खाना
right?
होगा
So
ना
you don't have to put anything new into that, but just make sure
मतलब आप कर लो
that
हाँ थाली लेकर आ।
you know they are in sync with each other.
क्यों दोस्त स्किप करने का मन कर
Something
रहा
new
है
should not be there in your PPT, but at the end of the day, what's most important is how you present it.
लो ये 100 रुपए
Any other question?
100 के छुट्टे दे दो
छुट्टे नहीं है
तो एक 5 वाला बिस्किट दे दो
In that it is written no presentation permitted, only oral reviews only permitted.
Yeah, but you have to make the
दे दो ना प्लीज
presentation.
मम्मी चिल्लाएगी
ला दे
You have to make the presentation, but
उधार एक जादू है
you don't have to play it there.
और
It's
आप
the
गायब हो
panel.
जाओगे
एक्सक्यूज मी
Who's this? Sanjeev Yash. Sanjeev Yash.
हेलो हेलो आप सुन रहे हो
हाँ बोलो
दीदी वो सेक्टर सी किस साइड से आएगा
दीदी
Are we required to mark our attendance in the official group?
थैली दे दो
5 रुपए के बिस्किट में 2
See,
रुपए वाली थैली दूंगी
your presence is already being recorded,
तो गुल्लू की दुकान पे तो 60 का
so
मिलता
you
है तो
need
वहीं से
not
जाके
do
लो
that
ना यहाँ क्या
secretly.
करने आए हो खेती बाड़ी
Since you guys are doing it, so I'm not stopping you guys from doing it.
बेटा वो हाथ नहीं लगाते ना रखो उसको नीचे
If due to any personal exigency someone is not able to join in the morning and then they are dropping a message, that's a completely different thing. But if you have already joined well in time, then I don't think there is any need for you to, mark your attendance separately.
हाय जिया जिया
Okay,
तू
ma'am.
आज रात को मेरी बर्थडे पार्टी में आ रही है ना नहीं यार मेरी मॉम हॉस्पिटल में है उनकी तबीयत खराब है क्या ए जिया
Excuse
तेरी
me.
वजह से मेरी मॉम हॉस्पिटल में पहुंच गई
Yes,
है
yes,
क्या
I'm
मेरी
hearing
वजह
you.
से तूने यही
Ma'am,
चूज किया था ना कि जो तेरे सामने झूठ बोलेगा वो सच हो जाएगा
have to
हाँ
submit
तो
our
तेरी वजह से
research
मेरी मॉम
paper
हॉस्पिटल
also
में
by
पहुंच गई है
Saturday.
तो तुझे मैंने कहा था मेरे सामने झूठ बोलने के लिए
Research
मैं जिया
paper,
नहीं, मैं
that
तुमसे
group
breakup करना
research
चाहता हूँ
project
क्यों मैंने क्या किया है
related to
क्योंकि
that.
मुझे
No,
तुम्हारी
that
गोल्ड
you don't
शक्ल
have to
बिल्कुल पसंद
submit
नहीं
there.
है अच्छा तुझे
First, you
क्या
have to submit your book review report.
ए जिया
For the
तेरा और रोहन
research
का ब्रेकअप हो
project,
गया है हाँ लेकिन
we
तुझे कैसे
let you
पता
know
वो
well
रोहन
in
सबसे
time.
ये कह रहा है कि तुम बहुत ज्यादा गंदी और कोई तुमसे बात ना करे क्या उस रोहन के
Any
बच्चे को
other
तो मैं भी
question?
बताती हूँ रोहन तुम्हारी
Ma'am,
हिम्मत कैसे
I'm
हुई पुलिस
actually
को ये
not
कहने की कि
able
मैं
to
बहुत
put
ज्यादा
on
गंदी हूँ
my
हाँ तो तुम हो और
video
तुम्हारी शक्ल बहुत ज्यादा गंदी है यू
internet
रोहन ये
issues.
तुम क्या कह
So
रहे
is
हो
it
जिया तो
okay?
बहुत ज्यादा ब्यूटीफुल है क्या ये और ब्यूटीफुल
It
इसकी
is
शक्ल एकदम
okay.
क्लाउन
If
जैसी
you
है
can't
क्या
do it, you are
मैं जो भी
helpless,
झूठ
then
बोलूंगी
what
वो
can you
सच हो
do?
जाएगा
It's completely fine if due to any network issue you're not able to do it. But once you regain that connectivity, so kindly turn on your video.
क्या रोना तुम्हारे
Because if you do not do that, it's quite
मैम ये
disrespectful
दोनों बेस्ट
towards
फ्रेंड
the
है
resource
तो साथ
person.
मत बिठाओ चीटिंग करेंगे
विजय चलो उठो और पीछे जाके बैठो
अरे यार
Okay, ma'am.
Any other question, guys? Any other question? Sanjeev Yash,
कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या
I
लिखूं
was calling out your
सिमरन,
name.
कुछ
I
भी नहीं आ
can
रहा
see
यार
you
तो
on the
इसे हेल्प
screen.
करना
अबे तुझे ज्यादा है तो ले यार ये आवाज कैसे आ रही है अब तो मुझे ही कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा चिट बनाकर ये पेन के रख
Yeah,
कर
ma'am.
के इसको दे देती हूँ ये लो
Yeah,
तुम्हें पेंसिल निकालना
I'm unable to get your question,
ढक्कन
Sanjeev.
ढक्कन
The
खोल के
one
देख
you have sent me
Ma'am,
personally.
actually,
समझ में
I
आया
am
थैंक यू
PG second year
सिमरन
student. I have a
ये लो
gate exam
No,
on
that's
अपने
Saturday,
विजय को
Sunday.
पीछे बिठा
that's
ना
fine.
बहुत
That's
अच्छा
a
ले
understood.
प्रिंस ये
But the
पेन है
thing
ना
is
ये
that I
जादुई
told you
पेन
it's
है
an
इससे तो लिखेगा
administrative
ना तो
decision,
पक्का
so I
पास हो
can't,
जाएगा
सच्ची
have a say.
अरे ये
I
ढक्कन
don't
में
have
क्या
a say
निकला
in
बैंक ये
it.
चीटिंग
So,
कर रहा है
what was the
प्रिंस
second question that
उठ
you
जा
were
भाग के खड़े
asking?
हो जा हाथ ऊपर करके
It's preliminary, right? Like I'll be submitting my review,
मेरा
and then the
पता
final
नहीं
I can
किसमें कपड़ा
modify, right?
धुलेगा क्या हुआ मम्मी देखना बेटा समझ नहीं आ
No.
रहा है कपड़ा किसमें डालना अरे
Whatever
मम्मी ये
book you
थोड़ी है
have
इसके बगल
chosen
में
for
कपड़ा
your
धोने वाला
preliminary
अच्छा ये
round,
है देखो बस
and
यही तो
if
नहीं
you
समझ
get
आ रहा था
selected for the
मम्मी
finals,
अब
then
इसमें
you
थोड़ा सा
have
सर्फ
to
डाल दो सर्फ भी
submit
हमारा ही लगेगा अरे
the
मम्मी ये
book
तो सिर्फ कपड़ा
review
धुलता है सर्फ
of
तो
the
हमें डालना
same
पड़ेगा
book.
ना बस 16,000 में ये
Ma'am,
कपड़ा धुलेगा अरे
You
मम्मी
cannot
कपड़ा धुलने
change
के लिए
your
सर्फ
book.
तो चाहिए
I'm
ना
not saying
इससे
I'll
तो
change the
हाथ से
book.
धुल
I'm
लेंगे
saying that
मम्मी
I'll
अभी
modify
वाला बटन राइट
the
साइड घुमा दो
structure.
अच्छा
Like
बेटा
I'll
ये
modify
वाला
the structure, or I'll
अरे ये क्या हुआ
beautify
बेटा
it
जल्दी
or
करो अरे
glorify
मम्मी
it,
क्या
kind
हुआ
of.
दूर जाओ उससे नहीं तो फट जाएगा अरे मम्मी आप
I
डर क्यों
doubt
रही
you
हो
can
ये
do
ऐसी आवाज
that.
करता है अच्छा
Thank you,
मेरे को
ma'am.
लगा खराब हो गया फट जाएगा वॉशिंग मशीन ले लेते हैं काम आसान हो जाएगा अरे
Ma'am,
मम्मी
I
ये
have
क्या कर रही हो
entered
नाच
the
रही हूँ
name
पर
of
आप तो पानी
second
निकाल
book
रही हो जल्दी
which
कह रहे क्यों पूछ रहे हैं अरे तो बाहर से क्यों
edited
निकाल रही हो
a
लाओ
while
पानी
ago.
बस
से पाइप इसमें डालो।
So
अच्छा, और ये
this
बटन ऑन कर दो।
name of second book will be
अच्छा, इससे
considered
पानी
for
नहीं
my book
निकलता है,
review,
फिर तो
right?
सही है 16,000 का।
Right now,
इसमें कपड़ा भी सूख
currently in
जाता
the
है, सच
doc,
में। ये देखो,
have
इसको
you
खोल के बस
named
इसमें
it
डाल दो
which
और बस 5 मिनट,
Yes.
5 मिनट, 2 मिनट में तो छत पे सूख
I
जाता है
won't
मेरा
be able
कपड़ा।
to see your first book,
पता
not
नहीं
the name
किसमें
of your
कपड़ा
first book.
धुलेगा। क्या हुआ मम्मी? देख बस कर दो भाई.
Actually, the notification popped up saying that your response has been saved in later earlier version.
बेटा सो जा, अभी तो बस
So
11 ही बजे
I
हैं।
doubt
तू अभी
that
सोना
it
शुरू
has
करेगी तब
been
जाके 12 बजे तक
recorded
सोएगी।
previously.
रात के 3 बज रहे हैं,
Anyhow,
रख दे
once
फोन।
the Google Doc is complete, at 2:30 I'll share the doc with you because at 2:30 I'll make it
जा जल्दी से
uneditable.
तेरी प्यारी वाली फ्रॉक पहन के आ।
So all those 31
हैप्पी
interns
बर्थडे
who are
बेटा,
not
थैंक यू।
updated
तो क्या प्लान है आज का? अभी
their
तो कुछ नहीं,
book
रात में
name,
देखते हैं। कैफे
they
का
still
सोचा है,
have time,
सबने विश
15
किया? हाँ,
minutes
सबने
more.
विश किया। मैंने स्टोरी लगा
And if
दी।
they do not
भूख
do
लग रही है,
that,
कुछ
then the
खाने को
final
दे दो।
decision would be of the higher
मम्मी,
authorities.
मेरी पॉकेट मनी दो ना। ले
And
दे
like
10
classes
रुपए।
will be held on Sunday also, I also
मम्मी,
have my
मेरी
exam.
जीन्स की जेब में 500 रुपए थे। देखे आपने?
Saturday,
हाँ,
Sunday,
तुम
it's
तो बिना
not
देखे
for
कपड़े
yours.
धोने में डाल देते हो। रख लिए
Okay,
मैंने।
ma'am.
And Friday you will have session.
अभी भी बचपना गया नहीं है
Oh.
तेरा। यार मम्मी मुझे वो खिलौना दिला दो मम्मी। यार मम्मी मुझे वो ड्रेस दिला दो ना।
Any other questions?
क्या पहनूंगी? बहुत कपड़े हैं तेरे पास, कुछ भी
Ma'am,
पहन
as
लेना।
you
सब
said
पुराने
that
हो
Could
it
you
is
गए।
find
ज्यादा
our
raining.
मत जाना।
coordinator's name?
चल बेटा 10
Your
तेरे
coordinators,
पापा ने एक
your
फोन मुझे दिलाया है।
JRC
इसे
would tell you,
खोलना
no? They
चलाना
must have
मुझे सिखा
asked
दे।
you
ठीक है माँ.
who would be the group coordinator or any question related to that. Okay, I'll just share the name of all the
बेटा
group
मैं
coordinators
भूल गई,
in
फिर एक बार सिखा
your
देना।
WhatsApp
क्या
group.
यार माँ, और एक अगली बार सिखा रहा हूँ,
नहीं,
उसके बाद नहीं
they don't
सिखाऊंगा.
know about it. You don't think?
बेटा एक बार और।
अरे क्या यार मम्मी,
No,
36 बार पूछा,
I
उसके
hope
बाद
all your
दिमाग खराब
queries
करके
have
रखा
been
है. पता
resolved
नहीं
now.
पापा ने आपको ये क्या मुसीबत दिलाया
No
है.
other question?
हेलो पापा, अभी मम्मी को क्या मुसीबत
Okay.
दिलाया है?
We'll
हमेशा
start
बड़े
with
को
the
परेशान
session
करके रखा
properly.
है. अब दूसरी बार ऐसा चीज मम्मी को मत
Yeah.
देना.
बेटा
As
तू
you said
बचपन
that
में
the 2
सवाल
rounds
पूछते
for
थे
book
मेरे से,
review,
तब
a
सवाल
preliminary
बता
one
देती
and
थी तेरे
final
को,
one.
और
Yes.
आज मैंने 2-4
2
बार
rounds.
पूछ लिया तो
So
तू
one
परेशान
and
हो
2
गया
will be
मुझ
the
पर।
final one.
सॉरी माँ, मेरी गलती
The
हो गई.
final
आप
one
यहाँ पर
would be
बैठो, मैं आपको
on
बहुत अच्छे से फोन
most
चलाना
likely
सिखा
on
देती
Tuesday
हूँ.
or Wednesday.
बैठो.
And the
बेटा
preliminary,
तेरे पापा ने
Preliminary
एक
is
फोन
on
मुझे
Monday for
दिलाया है।
sure, and the final would be either on Tuesday or on Wednesday.
तुम्हें यहाँ से एक दिन जाना है। ये दुनिया कुछ नहीं है मेरे
okay,
दोस्त,
thank you, ma'am.
जाओ। और ये दुनिया धोखा है।
Any other question?
ये हड्डियां नहीं मिलेंगी, मगर कभी खूबसूरत मौजूद है। बड़े
Okay.
वो हमारे अमल जाएंगे।
So I'm assuming that all your queries are
मैम वो
resolved now,
एक्चुअली श्वेता
and
मैम ने डांस प्रैक्टिस के लिए बुलाया था। कोई जरूरत
we
नहीं है,
do
सब
not
कुछ तुमको मेरे ही
have
लेक्चर में
any
सूझता
more
है।
queries.
चलो होमवर्क निकालो सब। शिट यार मैम, श्वेता मैम ने डांस वाले बच्चों को बुलाया है। और फिर तुझे पता है स्टूडेंट कितनी जोर से बात कर रहे हो आप लोग कॉरिडोर में, और ये फोन। चलो प्रिंसिपल ऑफिस में। मैम वो हम डांस प्रैक्टिस के लिए।
छोटी बच्ची अपने पापा से चॉकलेट मांग रही थी. पापा ने उसे चॉकलेट खाने से मना कर दिया. पापा मेरे स्कूल की टीचर बोल रही थी, बच्चे थोड़ी सी चॉकलेट तो खा लेते. आपको चॉकलेट खाना है ना, मैं दूसरी लेकर आता हूँ. तो मेरी छोटी
Ma'am, actually I had updated the book name yesterday, but still it's coming blank.
चॉकलेट की तरह शेप देकर पापा
Beside
उसे
my
मीठा
call.
करने के लिए मैपल सिरप में डाल देते हैं. फिर चॉकलेट.
ये चाय कौन पिएगा? मैं पीऊंगी। ये चाय कोई पिएगा?
let me have a look.
बच्ची अपने पापा से चॉकलेट मांग रही थी. पापा ने उसे
ई मोबाइल को रख के कल कौन कर ले, मोबाइल कनेक्टेड है डिवाइस
Is anyone else also facing a similar problem?
Yes, ma'am, I am also facing the similar problem.
Who is your group coordinator?
And that we don't.
We'll resolve these issues
देखिए
later.
हम ये लाइव चल रहा है। देखिए जेकर से के करना भाई के मोबाइल उठा के हम 5 मिनट लगाए नहीं पहले तो फ्री फायर स्टार्ट करके।
Anand sir, can you please hear me?
देखिए ये देखिए
Yes,
कितने
sir.
देर भैया ये देखिए वहां।
Yes, sir. A very warm welcome to today's session, sir. So in turns with us today, we have Advocate Anand Kumar Asthana. Sir is an accomplished child rights lawyer, practitioner, scholar, and technical trainer. He has been enrolled with the Delhi Bar Council as an advocate since 2007. His expertise spans across child rights law, including juvenile justice, sexual offences against children, child protection, child labor, and human trafficking, along with human rights, constitutional, criminal, and public interest law. He currently serves as an advisor to the Delhi State Legal Services
जब
Authority
भैया
on
सब कुछ
victim
चालू है तो तेरा
compensation
क्या
to children
कंफ्यूजन है
and
इसमें?
rejuvenation of legal aid for children, and as a member
तू
of
बोल
the
तेरा
core
क्या
group on
कंफ्यूजन
children in the National Human Rights Commission. Sir has played a significant role in legal reform and institutional oversight, working closely with the Delhi High Court, NHrc, Rashtriya Raksha University, and several state governments. A respected academic and practitioner, he has authored and co-authored authoritative national and international publications, making enduring contributions to the advancement of juvenile justice and child protection in India. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us here today. The floor is yours.
How much time we have? 1 hour, right?
So 1 hour, 60 minutes.
Okay. And I suppose I'm not addressing only law students.
Yes, sir. We have students from diverse backgrounds, from law, arts, and a few from science background as well.
Okay, great. So nice to be here with all of you. And I'm grateful to National Human Rights Commission for choosing the topic which they have chosen, role of lawyers in litigating on child rights. Now this question is very important because it's an emerging issue. Right? Beyond helping children, there is not much understanding of the legal landscape around children. You must have heard this news that Australia has banned use of social media by persons below the age of 16. Right? How do you feel about it? Is it okay that we don't let children use social media? Australia has done it. Any views from any of you? One or two views I'd like to hear.
May I give my views?
Yes.
So I don't think so. It's right to totally separate them from the system. It's good to have a separate app if that's possible, which is properly regulated according to their needs. Suddenly, if they come up to social media after 17, that would create a problem.
Any other view? Anybody else?
My view on this issue is that Australia government has done very well. That they
we lost you. You want to try again? Is it only me who can't hear? Nobody can hear. Bhumika, I think your internet is not stable. Anybody else?
Sir, I think there is a concurring view of Australia. There's a separate view of Australia in this, not the full binding power it has.
Of course, whatever happens in India, in Australia is not binding for India. Of course, it is not. But many people are using that as an argument. If Australia can do it, why not India? Right? People are thinking about it. It goes beyond helping children narrative, right? That's what I'm saying. Because the moment you hear about law, the moment you hear about children, the first thought is, let me save children. Let me help children. That's the first thought. And the more powerful you are,
but we can, yeah. Sorry to interrupt in between. Can I say? Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so we have an opinion of our own, but we cannot bind them to force them to implement in their country itself. That is my point on this.
Yes, very valid point.
Yeah.
I have also some view.
Yes, love, please.
Sir, banning the internet is an easy task for the government. They just ban the internet for only because 16 ईयर इन्होंने बैरिकेड लगाया है. ये कर तो 18 प्लस भी सकते हैं, 19 प्लस भी सकते हैं. ये इन्होंने बहुत इजी सेफ खेल लिए हैं. बेसिकली अगर इनको वाकई में बच्चों की चिंता है तो फिर इनको और डीप जाके कुछ कंटेंट्स हैं उनको रिमूव करना चाहिए फ्रॉम द इंटरनेट.
Right. I use that example only to tell you that thinking about children is not confined to taking care of them and helping them. These are very important issues which affect not only life of children but also fate of a society. Right? So these are very critical questions. The first thing which I want you to take notice is that this attitude of looking children as recipient of your charity, right? It's not needed now, because as a country we have moved quite far. Look, I'll tell you a few examples and you will know. We don't have a law yet to regulate children's involvement with social media except IT Act, right? Information Technology Act. Very recently we also have another law called Data Protection Law. There also children data and children privacy is protected. But if you look at the landscape of the laws around children, you will see that as far as the laws are concerned, they have looked at very carefully into the life of children. And that's why lawyers also need to broaden their horizon. Right? If lawyers are not aware, then of course we can't expect society to be aware. Lawyers are the first educators of laws. Not necessarily that only lawyers will teach, but lawyers do practice these laws. That's why it's very important for lawyers to have a broad understanding of what kind of laws. If I ask you, what is the oldest law regarding children in India? बच्चों के लिए सबसे पुराना कानून कौन सा है? Which is the oldest law on children in India?
Child labor.
Child labor. Okay. How old is it?
So that I'm not sure about because I'm not from the profession, but I'm just assuming.
You assume that the child labor must be really old problem, right?
Yes, because education was like गुरुकुल में भी educations तो होते थे, but काम में एक ऐसी चीज थी जो एक child मतलब एक बच्चा करता था.
अच्छा, एक बच्चा अगर क्राइम करे तो उसको पनिश कर सकते हैं.
Yes, sir.
Juvenile law, sir.
Juvenile justice law.
Yes, sir, juvenile justice.
No, no, don't tell me the law. Answer my question. अगर एक बच्चा क्राइम करे तो क्या वो बच्चे को पनिश कर सकते हैं? करना चाहिए।
We can confine. Yeah.
Crime is a crime.
करना चाहिए।
Depends on the intensity, sir.
No, sir. He should not be punished.
We can confine if the person is in between 14 to 18 years. We can confine in the confinatory home or per se, and after 18 they can like go beyond that.
सर फाइनेंस देन इन्फॉर्मिंग करना चाहिए जैसे कम्युनिटी सर्विस हो गया ये सब इसमें।
सर अगर हम लॉस में जाते हैं जैसे हमारा जो लीगल प्रिंसिपल है दैट इज डॉली इनकैपेक्स, इसमें हम देखते हैं कि 12 साल से अगर कम के बच्चे हैं, अगर वो इनकैपेबल हैं टू अंडरस्टैंड, तो इन दिस केस उनको पनिश करना सही नहीं है। बट इन केस अगर वो डॉली कैपेक्स का अगर हमारे प्रिंसिपल देखते हैं, वो अब वैल्यूज की बात करता है, अगर वो इन जैसे भी किसी ने मेंशन किया कि 14 to 18 इयर्स अगर वो सीरियस क्राइम में इन्वॉल्व हैं, देन इन दिस केस शायद उन्हें पनिश करना चाहिए, क्योंकि आज के सिचुएशन में दे आर एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड द कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस। इन माय ओपिनियन अगर सीरियस नेचर का क्राइम है तो हमें करना भी चाहिए। और कई सारे एग्जांपल्स में हम देखते हैं, जैसे अभी दुर्गा कश्यप का केस था मध्य प्रदेश में, ही वाज माइनर एज पर द लॉ, बट वो काफी सीरियस क्राइम में इन्वॉल्व थे।
I believe, sir, that could be influenced. The minors are easy to influence and easy to manipulate. So they should not be punished. The reason they have done that, we should be working on that and like what factors they are affecting, getting affected. So I don't believe that there should be any punishment for that.
So the punishment should be reformative and rehabilitative.
अच्छा second, let us keep crime for a second aside. Thank you for your views. Should we allow children to work and earn their money
after particular age?
Yes.
I'm 10 year old. My father is very sick, he can't move. My mother is illiterate, and I want to run a momo stall. What is your problem with me? Why will you not let me run a momo stall?
So because you like, if you are a child, you are not properly ready to bear the responsibilities which comes
I
with
believe, sir, there is
it.
no problem.
Sir, according to law in 2016, students or children are allowed to work if it is not a hazardous work or if it is a family business. So I think it is okay if it is up to that level.
So if father is running a momo selling business, then son can join.
Not for permanent, only apart from his studies. In the law itself, it's specified that apart from study hours or education hours, the children can assist their parents if it is a family business.
Yeah, he can add to help him, but cannot assist him. I would say that.
Any other view? Anybody else?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. In my view, children in that situation are to be educated, and this is the solely responsibility of the government to ensure the livelihood of that house, that the children should not go.
Okay. Tell me one thing: should children be allowed to vote and choose what leaders they want to elect?
No, sir, because their opinions can be easily manipulated.
and influenced. That's why.
You are saying that the 16-year-old child can be manipulated.
Yes, they can.
Yes, sir.
Sir,
They
according to
people
me,
are
it
getting
depends
manipulated, so
because
they are just children to get manipulated.
Sir, according to me, it depends child to child because not everyone thinks the same.
See, manipulation तो is possible at the age of 50 also.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, but
How
I
children are
think
manipulated.
Actually, sir, according to me, only like educated and literate people should be voting. But this is very controversial, I guess.
Yes,
Yes, sir.
it is controversial. But anyway, we are discussing, so we can say and discuss controversial issues also, not a problem. But you yourself know it's controversial. Okay.
Sir, according to
Yes, Pratima Shukla, please.
that does not
I couldn't hear a word you said. I couldn't hear a word. Acha, can children marry?
Minors shouldn't marry.
according to
रहने दो भाई तुम रहने दो छोड़ दो नहीं हो पाएगा तुमसे
it does not
शुक्ला जी आप रहने दो हो गया शादी का बताओ अच्छा चिल्ड्रन शुड नॉट मैरी
No, sir. The child marriage has been abolished a long ago.
Since you guys are saying no on everything for children, you tell me one thing on which you will say yes for children that they can do.
Education.
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 I knew you guys are saying yes.
Yes, sir.
Apart from education,
No,
Play.
sir.
Play also. They're children. They have to play.
can children take decisions?
Yes, to a certain extent.
Sir, according to law makers, that it does not mean that a person should be literate to vote. It is also important that they have civilizational value or the wisdom, civilizational wisdom in them. So I guess these children do not have that type of
Yes,
wisdom as compared to a person of 50 years old. Even though they are being manipulated, they have a certain type of certain understanding of what they should do. So I think that's why we should allow even illiterate people to vote.
Good, very good.
Sir, am I audible?
You are terribly audible.
Am I audible right now?
With great difficulty, people are hearing you. Your voice breaks when you speak. No, your voice breaks, so it makes it very difficult to hear. But anyway, thank you for trying. You try to make a point.
इसमें कनेक्ट है पूरा कैमरा से कनेक्ट है वायरस
Can children hire a lawyer?
वायरस अलर्ट
Should be a guardian taken
file suit or be defended, but they can't do that.
My papa has thrown me out of my house because
एक ग्लास
of my
चार्ज में लगा
bad
तो देखो
behavior. Right? My grandfather left me a huge factory. I want to claim.
नहीं पता हमारा तू कह
Can I file a case against my father?
माला
Not on
है
your
मतलब
own.
सस
To take-
महंगा होती है
Is it good or bad?
A child can hire a next friend, can file a suit with the help of next friend or any other legal guardian, but directly cannot take any action.
So a minor cannot engage a lawyer.
No, sir.
You feel happy about it? What do you?
Yes, sir, because a child is unable to make a legal contract